Recording in progress.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. If you're in the room, please come on in. Get settled. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. I will be your MC today. So, looking forward to speaking with everyone. And for today's United Voices Summit, and we'll be starting right at the top of the hour. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
We're very excited. We definitely want this interactive. So if you are in the room, drop in the chat where you are joining us from today. I absolutely love seeing the map light up with our incredible community. And by the way, throughout the day, if you have any questions for any of our speakers, pop them into the Q&A box. So we are going to be starting soon with the cue from Melissa. Really excited for today.
Well, hello, everybody. It's Melissa over here in the background. So we are getting started. We're having people coming in. So I'm going to be over here over in the chat area. So you're going to see me in a little bit. I'm going to be in the background. So I'm Melissa Remford. I'm actually the founder here and the executive director for We Are the Others. So I'm going to be in the chat area. Adrian is going to be our MC. And we're going to get started. We've got a couple people who are still coming in. So we're going to wait just about 30 seconds. And then we're going to go ahead and get started. And Adrian will have full reign. So give us just a minute.
Woohoo! So make sure that you are telling us where you are joining us from today, because we love seeing that. That's important information for us. So please put in the chat. And good morning, everyone. I'm just going to repeat myself. I'm Adrienne Barker, and I'm going to be the MC for today's United Voices Summit. We are going to be starting in just a few seconds. So grab a coffee, settle in, get comfortable. This is going to be very interactive. So throughout the day, if you have questions for any of our speakers, just pop them into the Q&A box so we can bring them into the discussion. And here's a thought as we begin. Listening is more than hearing words. It's opening up the door for understanding. And who in your life needs you to really listen today? Let's see who we have. Welcome, Athar. I'm very excited to introduce you. Good morning. Good morning, Jamie.
So we've got Aaron who's coming in here from California. We've got Sue here in Nevada. We've got Jamie that's over here also from Nevada. So we've got people kind of from all over the place coming in right now. So this is exciting.
Awesome. I am actually in Florida. So just in case you want to know where I am in Florida. So very exciting. And we are coming in live from Zoom, which is amazing.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to go. It's all yours, Adrienne.
Okay. Let's do the official welcome to day one of the United Voices Summit. And we're thrilled you've chosen to spend your day with us. And I promise you're in for something very special. So a huge thank you to We Are the Others for hosting this event. Their mission is about connection, collaboration, and creating communities where every voice is valued. And if you haven't already checked them out at wearetheothers.net, you'll want to be part of this movement. So let me give you a breakdown of the plan for today. So first, we're going to start with a powerful session on Know Your Rights from the ACLU of Nevada. Really excited about that. Then we'll explore how to resist disinformation, build community impact, foster inclusion, create partnerships, and make bold moves in challenging times. Because community is what happens when we decide that none of us should stand alone. And look around the virtual room and know that other people from all over, like we just heard, this is a community in action. So now it is my pleasure and honor to introduce our first speaker, Athar Hasibullah. I'm hoping I said that correctly, Executive Director of the ACLU of Nevada. Please correct me afterwards, Athar. It's such an honor to meet you and such a privilege to be able to introduce you. Athar is the first person of color to lead the organization since its founding in 1966. Since 2021, he's delivered major wins in courtrooms and legislative halls on voting rights, criminal justice, reform, public education, and civil liberties. A double graduate of Howard University, his leadership has earned him national recognition, including the National Bar Association's Excellence in Activism Award. So join me in welcoming this hero today, Athar. And remember, any questions, drop them in the Q&A box. Motivation is courageous, and every story you hear today has a power to light your own fire. Athar, light our fire for us. Thank you.
Athar, we are not hearing you right now. Let me check, see. Yep, still not hearing you. Are you guys hearing him? Just want to do a check with everybody.
No, do not hear.
Stand by, everybody. We're going to do a little bit of some technical checks over here to find out what's going on. Nope, still not hearing. Oh no. Everybody stand by. Thank you for your patience. We're going to get this all sorted.
Anything?
We hear
Are you
you.
able to?
Yes, this is lovely. We can hear you now. Great.
Okay, so sorry about that. I guess that's my computer audio. So wonderful to be on with you all. For those I haven't met before, my name's Attar Hasibullah. I serve as the executive director for the ACLU of Nevada, and as mentioned, I'm a civil rights attorney by background. Just a little bit about me before we begin. That's not necessarily my bio, and then jump into a little bit about our organization before we jump into some of the Know Your Rights information. So, grew up in Las Vegas, so I'm a product of Southern Nevada. Went away to DC for college and law school, and I actually my career journey afterwards kind of uh, took off through a series of destinations. But what inspired my desire, sparked my interest in going to law school was the personal stories and impacts that I had as an adolescent. I sort of came of age during the 9/11 era, and as a practicing Muslim American and first generation American, my parents had immigrated from Pakistan right after 9/11, sort of was my first foray into understanding what race and ethnicity and sort of religion meant from a cultural perspective. But it was really because a lot of that was rooted in racism and discrimination that I experienced immediately after 9/11 for a period of years. That included really kind of across the board sort of implications for what that looked like for me, including when I was first detained by law enforcement as a teenager, 17. Somebody had called me sand N-word at a
Mm.
local convenience store. He was drunk and he had pushed me and I pushed him back, fell. And when police arrived, I got detained and sort of deemed to be the aggressor. That's not the only time I've been ever been arrested. So that kind of speaks volumes about sort of my experiences. But I also saw others around me consistently face challenges, significant challenges. Example, when I was in high school, my parents, who were small business owners, had thought they had great health insurance coverage, right? They did not. And what we ended up experiencing after my father got sick, he had had a brain aneurysm, was an insurance system that cut our family's medical care off after about a week and a half, nearly putting us in bankruptcy. And these are for folks who thought they had the best insurance possible. But because they weren't super aware of how some of these elements worked, especially with the law, I saw a system that actually took away some of their rights, took away some of their liberties, took away some of their interests, all while they were just trying to make it. It's really what inspired my passion behind the work. As I mentioned, I went to college and law school with a focus on giving back to this community, really here in Nevada and across the board. And it was my fortune, a little over 4 years ago, to be offered the position to lead the ACLU of Nevada. Since then, we've had a huge number of wins. Um, for those that are unaware, though, of what the ACLU is, I want to share a little bit about what our organization does. And at the end, I'll mention ways you can get involved. As I mentioned, we're the state's largest civil liberties and civil rights organization. And sometimes folks don't always understand the distinction between civil liberties and civil rights. So I'll break that down first. Civil liberties are individual rights that are afforded to you by the Constitution, whether that's at the national level or under state law, or given to you by statute. And every state might have expanded rights, but every state has a bare minimum number of rights that individuals will possess. Civil rights means the equal application of those individual rights to all people, regardless of what their background is. I talk about both of those in turn because both of those are critical. And I don't have any interest in talking about one without talking about the other. Our work occurs all across the country. There's an ACLU affiliate in every state. California actually has 3 ACLU affiliates because of how large it is. I think you could probably throw a coin from the airport and probably end up hitting an ACLU member if you're in one of those major metropolises. Um, and what's really unique about our organization is our affiliate structure is federated, which means that every state affiliate is going to get to determine its own priorities. So I'm fortunate to be able to determine those for Nevada. We do our work in three ways. We do it through public policy advocacy. That means that we'll advocate at the local and state levels and at the federal levels for policy changes that help impact and expand people's individual rights. We'll also defend rights when they're under attack. That might range from a school board doing something to the US Congress doing something. We do our work in community, which means that we do a lot of media work to raise awareness around issues. We have college chapters here in Nevada that are inspiring the next generation of our future civil rights leaders. And this year, we've really expanded in the foray of public education, which means that we do a lot of Know Your Rights trainings. In fact, when it comes to immigration related issues, which is what I'm going to be sharing today, some of the basic information so that you can take that and share that with your friends and neighbors and those you care about to inspire hope and confidence. We've done close to 6 Know Your Rights trainings since January. I don't have a huge team. This is a team of about 14 people statewide. So it goes to show kind of like what the breadth is. And, we're covering every issue, but right now, one of the biggest ones in Nevada has certainly been around immigration enforcement. So we do a lot of that information. We actually have, and I'll share some of those resources again at the end for where you might be able to access them and as we go through them. And then finally, we do our work through impact litigation. Impact litigation is we use the courts to basically advance law. And when I say we use the courts to advance the law and advance civil liberties and civil rights, what I mean is we focus on suing the government specifically to be able to protect and preserve civil liberties. We'll sue local governments, we'll sue state governments, and we'll sue the federal government. It's what we're best known for. We don't take every individual case, which means that if somebody might have a really terrible thing happen to them, in which case we'll try to review it and make a referral. But our focus is on systemic change. So challenging policies that are put in place that are unconstitutional, that undermine civil liberties and civil rights is a huge focus for us. We don't receive any government funding at all. I would imagine in large part because we sue the government. So we're a foil to them when it comes to challenging some of these issues. I don't know that they want to fund the lawsuits necessarily against them, which means we rely on individuals like yourselves for support in order to end up making a difference within our community. That becomes really key because we end up having limited resources, I mentioned, with a relatively small team, but we've had huge wins on a variety of issues. Today, though, I get the fortune to share something that's really meaningful with you, which is Know Your Rights information. So before I jump into the Know Your Rights information, I want to say that everything I share today is nonpartisan because we are a nonpartisan nonprofit organization. This isn't partisan information. And sharing information of this nature is actually quite critical. Knowledge is power, and we want to make sure that everybody's aware of what their rights are. These items that I'm sharing today and I'll be discussing today are actually available as well on our website, aclunv.org. There's all kinds of Know Your Rights materials. We have them on immigration. We have them on First Amendment issues, including free speech or protester rights for assembly and things of that nature, and a variety of other subject matters as well. And those are totally free. You're welcome to take that material. You can repurpose it for your organization and you can share them. We don't mind. The only thing that we ask is that you put the date on them and that you mention it's coming from the ACLU of Nevada on that date. And that way, if you get in trouble or somebody says you said something wrong, you can just point to us on it. We don't really share printed materials. We direct people to our website or have them scan a QR code when they're accessing these materials so that they're up to date with respect to the information that's presented. And when it comes to immigration, we have several different subtopics for different categories, whether that's houses of worship, whether that's K through 12 schools or colleges and universities or healthcare settings, or just for the average person if they want to know what their rights are when it comes to immigration enforcement. So all of those are available on our website. And I think it's like very key to be able to share those with the community because there's a lot of people that don't understand the value of Know Your Rights information or Know Your Rights trainings. In fact, I've heard some actually downplay the significance of Know Your Rights trainings. But the reality is that there's a reason why Tom Holman and others have said that know your rights trainings are problematic or dangerous. It's because we're teaching people what their rights are so that the government can't just go in and violate them. And if it was up to the government, they probably would do that in an unchecked fashion. Knowledge is power. It's maybe the most powerful thing that you can provide people. I think that some folks will be skeptical of everything, but reality, there are laws designed to protect people. And for many of these instances, when there's a violation of one of these laws, it provides the best opportunity for attorneys like myself and my team to be able to go in and represent people with fidelity, to be able to represent people and potentially win, and to be able to preserve and protect our rights moving forward. One of the things that I always like to tell folks during these trainings is that, while it may not necessarily seem always super fun and exciting, there's real knowledge that is contained within at least a couple of the items that I'm going to share with you today, that if you don't go to a Know Your Rights training and you're not a lawyer that works specifically in some of these areas, you're just likely to never know. It normally won't pop up that way. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and jump into the training. Training will be about 15 to 20 minutes, and then I want to make sure that I answer any questions that come up, whether it's about anything I've discussed or anything else. I will do my best to answer every question that's presented to me. I don't know that I'll have the answer to every question that's presented, but I'm pretty good on my feet, so I will try my best to do it. I'm going to actually go ahead and share my screen. And as I do that, I'm going to start our presentation deck. I hope you all are able to see the presentation. Can I actually just get a thumbs up in the chat if you are able to see it?
You'll be able to see it in just a second. Let me know when you share it, then I'll go ahead and I'll capture it over on my side.
Okay, great. It should be shared now.
Okay. Let me just change it here. There you go. And we're going to go ahead and there you go. It's yours.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Enjoy.
So one of the key items here that I always want to mention, and if you do a Know Your Rights training, make sure you lead with this, especially if you're not an attorney. Now, I'm licensed to practice law in Nevada, in New York, and in New Jersey. But one thing I'd recommend is always giving this disclaimer if you should do a Know Your Rights training yourself. And there's no restriction on your ability to do so. And the reason why is because this is an informational training. It's not intended to be legal advice. It's intended to serve as legal information, and there's a key distinction that occurs between the two. So for today's purposes, this is legal information. If you do have questions, don't ask me questions about a personal case that you have, because I'm not going to be able to answer those questions. There is screening rules that we have under our ethics requirements under law that would preclude that. And I also don't want anybody to waive what's otherwise would be considered confidential information. So happy to answer questions, but they have to be general. I cannot answer specific case questions, and I'll always disclaim that as well. So one of the key things to remember is, regardless of what one's immigration status is, people all have specific rights that do exist. One of those is the right to remain silent. That includes if you're dealing with police, another government agent, or if you're dealing with immigration enforcement. In order to invoke that right, you can simply say you want to remain silent. At that point, what occurs afterwards is considered a custodial interrogation. It's a little bit separate than what would happen if you're just voluntarily talking. So I try to tell folks I'm yet to hear of a case where someone got in trouble with the government for saying too little. More often than not, people generally will end up saying too much, and that information can and likely will be used against you. And again, I say that as somebody who spent the early portion of my career as a prosecutor. Those types of statements are more often than not used, even if they otherwise would seem somewhat innocuous. That can be used for other alternative purposes. You have the right to speak to an attorney before answering any questions. And to do that, you can simply say you want to speak to an attorney. Now, what's distinct is that if you're in a criminal context and you cannot afford an attorney, one will be provided to you by the government for free. In an immigration context, you still have the right to an attorney, but one will not be provided to you for free. That's the distinction. You still have the right to an attorney, just the cost won't be covered by the government. If you're asked to be searched by an immigration official or a police officer, you can simply say you don't consent to the search. That does not mean that they won't search you anyways. But if you're challenging what's recovered during a search and certain circumstances exist, The lack of consent to the search actually creates an ability to argue sort of in a different fashion than you otherwise would. If somebody consents to a search, that actually opens up its own array of potential issues, namely that if even if there was a bad basis for some of the stuff that occurred, if you're attempting to challenge it, the government's response is almost always going to end up being this individual consented to the search of their property, and this is where A, B, and C were discovered. Exceptions to that in Nevada include stop and identify laws if somebody is driving. They have the ability, if police suspect that reasonable suspicion of a crime being committed has occurred, they're able to stop you and ask your name, as well as potentially showing your driver's license if you're driving, A, B, and C. In an immigration context, immigration officials are not able to engage in routine traffic stops, but what they're doing is they're tracking individuals from their home the moment they leave their home, and they're pulling them over without sort of a break in their chain of view. So they're not stopping them for a traffic infraction. They're stopping them because the person was potentially the individual they were seeking out enforcement of, and that's who they may have had an enforcement file on. And I'll get to that here in just a minute. One of the most important things I'll always mention is never lie or give false documents. It is a problematic practice when people do that and they think that they're going to talk their way out of something. Again, there's no issue with remaining silent. You always have a right to remain silent. You do not have the same protections once you lie, and in almost every instance, lying to police or immigration officials will create serious and significant problems that are not beneficial to the individual that's involved. If you're arrested, the same rights apply. As I mentioned, you have a right to a government lawyer if it's a criminal context, but if you're detained by ICE for an immigration violation, you have the right to have an attorney. It's just that person will not be provided to you for free. That attorney will not be provided to you for free. You also have the right in that instance to contact the consulate or to have the officer inform the consulate of your detention there. That becomes important because most places do have a consulate. In Nevada, we work with the Mexican consulate and a few of the other consulates quite a bit. And they provide consular services to their nationals so that they can also lean in and make sure civil rights violations are not occurring. Another piece that's really important to remember as I'm mentioning this is the right to an interpreter. That's one that actually permeates across almost every sector if the government is dealing with you. You do have the right to understand what's being shared with you. There's a sort of a knowledge and knowing requirement that exists, which means that your ability, if you're not fully understanding what's being said in English, you can request an interpreter, and one will be provided to you. That becomes very, very key because a lot of times in working with immigrant communities, I'll see specific people attempting to say they understand everything in English, and a lot of that is done on their end to be accommodating to the folks they're speaking with, including government officials. But the issue is that if somebody is unaware of even certain elements of what's being said, they may end up waiving away certain rights and constitutional protections without having full knowledge of such. So invocation of an interpreter is always permissible as well. As I mentioned, in a vehicle, what we've actually seen in Nevada when it comes to enforcement, and this has happened in other places as well, is immigration officials waiting in unmarked police or unmarked vehicles, normally SUVs, outside of one's residence, somebody that they're potentially targeting for enforcement. And perhaps they're knocking on doors, but more often than not, from the reports I've heard, the ICE officers are no longer knocking on people's residence doors in the same fashion. What they're doing is they're waiting for them to leave their house, get in their vehicle, and then pulling them over immediately. So that's a little bit of an exception to what we're mentioning here. They can't otherwise engage in a traffic stop for a traffic violation. Their argument in that instance is they didn't lose sight of the individual that they were targeting, and they maintain files. The reason why is that the federal immigration officials right now in almost every state are working as part of something called an HSI task force, Homeland Security Investigations Task Force. And ICE is not operating alone. ICE is operating in conjunction with other agencies, namely ICE, the FBI, the U.S. Marshals, the DEA, and the ATF, Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. That combination of actors is engaged together in immigration enforcement. Because of that, this combined effort has allowed them access probably to software systems they may not otherwise have access to, including what the FBI contains in their repository, potentially of information, since they're working in tandem here. Because we're seeing individuals that are stopped outside of their homes, this training is obviously relevant for a variety of reasons, but I've just started mentioning that that's in fact become the new trend. I think most of us believe that they were going to go sort of house to house before, and they may still be doing that in certain places, but in Nevada, more often than not, they've been waiting for people to exit out of their homes. And the reason why is more people have done these Know Your Rights trainings. There are also specific protections that actually exist when ICE or police come to one's home, namely a warrant requirement. Now, many of you have heard of warrants before. You'd need a warrant to enter into somebody's house. What's interesting, and probably the main focus of these trainings, and the one that becomes the most valuable piece of information of this entire training, is actually going to be contained on the next slide. And the reason why is because the government does in fact need a warrant to enter into someone's residence unless they have, again, some specific exigent circumstances that would threaten the life or lives of those potentially in the house or otherwise around, or if they have an agreement from the homeowner or the person who's in charge of the property that has consented to a search of that residence. If there's not a consent to the search of the residence, and there's not an exigent set of circumstances that exist, which in most of these instances there's not, the government, including ICE, needs a warrant to enter into one's residence. Why does that become important? Well, what folks don't know, unless they've done these trainings, including most attorneys, is there's actually two types of warrants that exist. There are judicial warrants and there are immigration warrants. I'm going to explain the difference between the two before I show you the visual. If you have a judicial warrant, that judicial warrant will allow the officers that are involved in many, if not most instances, to either enter into a residence to engage in a search of a specific set of property. There'll be timelines and parameters that are associated with it. So it's a full warrant that consents to that. And it also could contain the seizure of a person within that same specific residence, right? If there's an arrest warrant that ends up issued as a result. Otherwise, if they have a search warrant, they can go in the house, they can look for what they need to, according to the terms of what the warrant looks like. What's very interesting is ICE shows up to, or was showing up to people's residence and knocking on the door and saying that they were ICE and they had a warrant. What they didn't share was they actually had something called an immigration warrant. An immigration warrant is not the same as a judicial warrant. An immigration warrant will allow for an individual to be detained by ICE once they're in specific places, namely in public areas. But what it will not allow is for ICE to enter into one's residence without the consent of the person that's there or the homeowner. So what that ends up meaning is that ICE will end up showing up with an immigration warrant. They'll say they have a warrant, but that warrant doesn't allow them entry into a home. Now, why does that become relevant? Well, if people don't do the training, they won't necessarily know how to understand the difference between the warrants. They'll simply understand the word warrant and say, well, there's nothing I can do. They're going to come into my house now because they have a warrant. In fact, the warrants don't even look the same. If you look at the left on this slide, that's a copy of a judicial warrant. At the top, you'll see it signed by it mentions United States District Court. District Court's circled there, right? U.S. District Court, so it's a federal court that's there. It'll have an address that's listed on the left. This is one for California. They're incredibly similar for Nevada. They look generally the same. In the middle, it'll say the information about who it's being served on and what the terms are. And then at the bottom, if you look at the bottom, there'll be the signature of a U.S. magistrate judge, or in some instances, a U.S. district court judge. So again, signed by a U.S. district court judge or a magistrate judge. And at the top, it says U.S. district court, and in the middle, it'll contain the terms. It'll also say search and seizure. It'll mention what they're doing there. On the right is the warrant ICE generally has. That is an immigration warrant, what we'd refer to as an ICE warrant or an immigration warrant. This is at the top. If you look, it's not signed by a court, or it's not issued by a court. It's issued by the Department of Homeland Security, USCIS, that's ICE. So it's actually issued by ICE. It's their own internal warrant of removal or deportation. And at the bottom, if you look, it's not signed by a judge. It's signed by an immigration officer. Now, what is an immigration officer? It is an attorney who works for the Department of Justice, specifically within the Department of Homeland Security. So they have their own attorneys effectively that'll end up signing off on these that will allow for these types of removals, but they're not the same as a as a judicial warrant, because you are unable to enter into someone's house with simply an ICE warrant. You can, in most instances, enter in with the judicial warrant. Why does ICE go out and just get judicial warrants? Well, it's not that easy. You have to have different facts that allow you entry into someone's residence. The reason why they've mostly started shifting outside in terms of traffic enforcement is because that people have become more aware of what this process looks like. So this becomes a key part of these trainings, right? This is oftentimes why I think Tom Holman has been very critical of these types of trainings, is because this type of knowledge is not something that they teach in school. They don't even teach this type of knowledge in law school, right? So most lawyers, as I mentioned, won't be aware of this. It's part of the value add for why these trainings exist. We also have trainings available for employers in small business settings or in big business settings. And what's really unique about those, we actually have posters available for businesses. And I think thus far, our volunteers statewide have distributed to over 100 businesses throughout Nevada. And we've had people, again, that's all throughout Nevada in every community. And really, the posters look like employee break room posters. They lay out what rights exist and how to protect your business against potential intrusion by the government, specifically with respect to ICE, and inform people what their rights are, right? So there's all these different materials available, but key distinction in all of these becomes these warrants. I mentioned the business portion there because much the same way ICE won't be able to enter into private areas within a business and only public areas, into your private residence and only can get you on a street or public area unless they have a judicial warrant. The same rules to some degree apply in business settings, where if there's designated private areas within a business accompanied by a policy that provides that specific space is a private area, ICE would need a judicial warrant to enter into that private area. If it's in a public space, it's different, but an immigration warrant alone, an ICE warrant alone, will not allow them access to these points. So this is a really, really key part of this entire equation. We always say that folks can carry their Know Your Rights cards, carry their state and local ID, and they can carry other information, including their legal service provider and emergency contacts and things of that nature. One of the key points of the training also that I try to mention is the best way to mitigate against harm is to have a family preparedness plan in place. If someone has children, they're able to complete a power of attorney form so that there's a designated person that can care for children during that 6-month period. There's trust attorneys that can protect the assets and interests of those who are not U.S. citizens, are not residents, things of that nature, maybe undocumented, maybe not, but certainly maybe nationals of another country who still may have property interest here, right? And they're still able to have those interests protected through the creation of estate plans that doesn't deprive one of their ability to have property. So there is an inherent sort of ability to be able to be prepared in the face of some of these concerns from ICE that better protect folks in a manner that nothing else will. Folks should also, if they're concerned about their status, seek out an immigration attorney for a consultation. Sometimes you can get a consultation as low as $100 that's unique to your individual case. And there's no supplanting that, right? People can give broad advice, but there's a big distinction there. The other thing that I'll mention that we are always sort of urging people to be cautious about is the use of notarios or notaries or document preparers that sort of purport to be immigration lawyers, but they're not. We've seen a lot of fraud there. I'm not saying everybody who does that is engaged in fraud, certainly not saying that. We have seen a lot of fraud and sort of abusive practices that are existing nationwide when it comes to that. And so we always want to recommend folks try to at least get a consultation on the front end to understand the legalities surrounding their case and what might end up occurring there. If you believe your rights were violated, what can you do? Well, some folks have asked, like, should they go out and speak to ICE? One thing we recommend is, you have the ability to do if you want, is to engage in accurate note recordation of the types of details, including the number of officers that were there, the details for arrival, what they were wearing, what was said. You can record those on a document. In most states, including in Nevada, you also have the ability to record that incident or that interaction. You don't need the consent of another if it's in person. Sorry, I'm getting a little feedback in terms of noise. But to that same to that same end, there is the ability to do a video recording. You are not permitted, though, to obstruct an investigation or permitted to interfere with what an immigration officer is actually doing. So oftentimes, if you're at a distance, you don't need to walk up to record it. Same thing. From there, we actually have the ability in Nevada on our website at aclunv.org to report a civil rights violation with respect to an immigration issue, an enforcement issue that's come up. And we'll investigate it and assess if there's something we can do. Now, we don't cover removal defense. The folks that do that, if somebody is in detention and they're being removed, are generally going to be our partners at the UNLV Immigration Clinic. But there's a variety of resources here, including also the Nevada Immigrant Coalition. If you follow on social media, and the Immigrant Coalition, they share up-to-date information on these types of items as well. ACLU's focus really on our end is to make sure that there isn't nefarious actions that are coming during the enforcement process, which of course are rampant right now from what we're seeing. But that includes if there's issues related to racial profiling that come up. Our counterparts at ACLU of Southern California filed a lawsuit a little over a month ago and actually received a ruling from the Ninth Circuit, or received a ruling from a district court there that has been upheld by the Ninth Circuit that precludes ICE from just engaging in sort of blanket racial profiling, which is what they seem to have been doing during at least a significant number of these stops during the pendency of the last several months. Beyond that, we also will challenge the conditions surrounding what happened during those types of enforcement actions. There's a variety of other areas where we're currently looking to potentially challenge the government for in terms of the civil rights violations that occur with what these detentions end up looking like. So these are all kind of key considerations that we want to make sure that we share. Of course, key takeaways, as I mentioned, always remain calm. That's easier said than done. If you're going to talk to people and do this, reemphasizing the right to remain silent and the right and ability to speak to a lawyer and avoiding providing any false documents, because that may violate the law. Here's a QR code. You are welcome to scan that on your end. This will end up directing you to our website, to that specific area that has those features there. These materials have been translated thanks to many of our community partners into different languages. It's in English, Spanish, Tagalog, Creole, I believe right now, if I'm not mistaken, and I think Amharic is next. So we try to keep these items up to date. They'll remain on our website. You're welcome to use them, but again, just credit the source and recognize that some of the protections that might exist might end up being state specific, but almost every state will have unilateral approaches to many of the items that I've mentioned here. So they'll uniform approaches to some of the items I've mentioned here. So the law will end up applying in the same form and fashion. The final thing I'll kind of plug is folks have asked me about the ways that they might be able to get involved to help preclude against some of the harms of what immigration enforcement has looked like. And those harms are really wide. We'll always work with our volunteers. That includes distributing things to community partners and doing Know Your Rights trainings. But one thing that I can't emphasize enough is that you have power within your own community to make a difference. It doesn't just mean volunteering for the ACLU. If your skill set lies outside of what we do at the ACLU, use those skills to best benefit people in the community who need it the most in whatever way you can. That might mean working with, if you're a physician, working with a medical clinic, or if you're a nursing assistant doing the same, or if you're a teacher spending some extra time potentially putting forth efforts to volunteer as well in programs that might benefit our undocumented neighbors as well, or those that might have undocumented parents that are afraid. What we've really seen has been quite horrible. We're seeing a total degradation of what America looked like before. And I say that, again, I'm not saying that in a partisan fashion. These are facts. When we have children who have a constitutional right to education, who are afraid to go to school because they're afraid that their parents are not going to be there when they get home, or we have parents that are afraid to send their kids to school because they don't know if they're going to be around to be able to pick them up afterwards. When we have undocumented children that have cancer, that are not covered by our insurance services, including Medicaid or Medicare or anything else of the sort, that cannot get chemotherapy treatment or radiation treatment. When we have people that are too afraid to go to the police if they've been raped because they may find themselves subject to deportation themselves because they're undocumented. We have a total collapse of what our country is looking like when it comes to preserving dignity and humanity. And if any folks ever view that as partisan, I'm not sure what party stands for the principles of these types of horrible human rights violations. I say I'm a civil rights lawyer, and I'm here to protect civil liberties. But in reality, most of the issues that we're experiencing and seeing now, whether that's on coming after trans children, or whether it's coming after Black folks who want to accurately describe what history has looked like in this country, or now totally going after people who are immigrants, and not just people, for instance, not just people, and I want to make sure I'm clear on this point, not just people who some like to categorize as having entered unlawfully and shouldn't be here, because we know that's a misnomer, but from an administration that has canceled student visas for those they issued to them for graduate students who wrote op-eds, and kidnapped women like Ramaisa Ozturk off the street and sent them to immigration detention centers 1,000 miles from home, then came into court and said we were told not to give advance warning. And they wear masks and show up and grab her by her hands and throw her in the back of a car. And there's no knowledge of what happens until really ACLU and our partners also get involved and represent her. Now, these are the types of issues we're experiencing on the ground. We've seen tourists, including a viral video of a woman from Chile who was arrested summarily. We've seen situations where people who are American citizens who happen to probably look like me were detained and held by ICE even after providing their real ID. We have masked officers that are patrolling our streets, and we have vulnerable community members, right? None of these are positive things, but what is positive is the power of the people. I'm always saying the power of the people instead of the power of the government and the power of elected officials. It's the power of the people. That's what provides hope to all of our neighbors. That's what provides a hope for a better tomorrow. If we expect that elected officials or politicians are going to be the ones that are going to help preserve the dignity of what America should mean, I think we're mistaken. That power comes from each of you doing your own part in your own communities to make a difference in whatever ways you can. It's not about one person, and it's not about the credit for the work. You know, I joke that I have spent more time on Sundays this year at church than probably any Muslim in recorded history, right? I have been prayed over by nearly every faith that exists, which is probably uncommon for someone of my background. But it goes to show you that everybody can make an impact. And if we take the extra time on a Saturday, on a Sunday, and we don't say, oh, hey, that's my time, I'm not being paid for it. I don't get paid for 95% of what I do, you know, after hours. That's a matter of the heart, right? We've done these trainings at these times because that's what matters. It's the same way we'll do trainings for educators, and we're not going to say, oh, well, we have to have this done before 4 p.m. We know what people's days are like. We're going to put in the extra effort. That's all we can ever ask of our neighbors as well. So I encourage you, please get involved. If you feel compelled to support our work, you can do that again, aclunv.org. You're always welcome to reach out to me. I'm so grateful for the opportunity to chat with you all, because I know how the power of the difference makers that are here, and the passion and values that people hold for helping invest in the community. And again, I can't emphasize that it's going to take all of us. The goal of authoritarianism is to destroy hope. And once they destroy hope, they'll stop your ability to fight. So remain hopeful, and don't give in to the fears that exist. Do not simply allow people to coerce you into thinking that there is no hope, because when there is no hope, you won't fight back. And when you do have hope, you'll not only fight back, but you'll give back. And when you give back, that ends up making all the difference in the world. So I'm happy to take any of your questions that you might have. Again, no questions off limits. Don't feel like you have to self-censor any questions with me. I am not here to earn your vote. I'm not running for anything at all. So I'm going to tell you what it is and how it is, like it is, and how it should be if I feel so compelled there. But I'm going to be trying to answer each one of these as they come up.
Thank you, Atar. That was very powerful. So yes, as Atar said, let's open the floor, pop your questions into the Q&A box. Melissa, are there any questions right now?
We actually have several, so give me a second. I'm gonna be pulling them up. So, Adrian, you'll see them also on the screen as well as Atar. So, let's go ahead and go with some of the first ones. So, Sue sent this one over. Let's see. Oh, that's not actually legible. Hold on a second, make it bigger. Okay. When you were talking, you mentioned about, does this include the crime of being in the country? So I don't know if that makes sense, but I wanted to pass that over to you.
I'm assuming we're referencing, with respect to that question, like the judicial warrant piece, because I think that's where the distinction becomes. No, there still would need a judicial warrant to enter into somebody's house. The notion that, obviously they're going to say somebody's in the country unlawfully, that could subject them to sort of this broader approach to enforcement and find them that person in the immigration net. But with respect to the principles, with respect to warrant requirements and things of that nature, it becomes largely irrelevant there. The underlying crime is not normally what's going to end up governing what happens in that instance. It's going to be the associated factors for location and the rights that are associated with protections in those places.
Great. Okay. So this one actually came in anonymously. So they wanted to know, can enforcement open or unlock the doors or pull people out of the cars? This I know dealt with stuff that people were seeing on social media and videos and all that.
Yeah.
If you could talk a little bit about that. And there's a piggyback to that question about, like, if we see something and the word that was phrased was, I'm a Caucasian woman, I'm not a target in any way from what they see, what can we do to support those people? So I guess this is really a two-part question on that one.
Yeah. So first, can enforcement open and unlock people's doors or pull them out of the car? So with the door portion, again, I'm going to assume we're talking about cars here because for the house requirements, if without a judicial warrant, they're not able to do that. With respect to a car portion, we've actually seen, and this is part of the complexities that are associated with the laws that are there. We've seen incidents where they've entered into people's cars, they've opened them. I've even seen incidents where they've cracked a window, smashed a window in, and yanked the person out of the car. Are they able to do that? Well, it's fact specific, right? It comes down to whether or not there's certain conditions that the officers are able to meet that show that was a need. For instance, if they suggest that the person was a flight risk or safety risk, which is almost always the instance that occurs when you hear of law enforcement of any kind in an immigration context or otherwise engaging in a stop. You'll hear things like, "Oh, they're resisting," or there was a fear for my life. What was the person doing? Oh, they were moving their hands around and I couldn't see them, right? That is sort of like the baseline argument that's generally used in most of these instances. The individual facts of most of these instances govern what can happen in those instances. They're able to remove somebody from a vehicle, but the amount of force that's used, as well as the tactics that are used to go into the vehicle, are pretty significant considerations and not normally lawful in many of those instances. But and there's a huge qualifier there. More often than not, when someone is removed in that fashion, if they end up wanting to issue a challenge to the government when it comes to the violation of their civil rights for damaging a vehicle or opening up a vehicle there, they become really scared to do so. That's been my experience, and I understand why. This is now someone who's potentially going to have a civil case against the government for excessive force, for violating basic constitutional principles by entering into the car in that fashion, and engaging in really what could be described as a really horrific stop that we've seen in many of these instances. But at the same time, that individual may also have an immigration case pending where they're trying to seek status. And it might not just be for them. Their kids, their spouses, their parents may also have immigration cases pending. And there's a serious fear of retaliation. So I say that to say, can they do it? as most attorneys would say, or every good attorney should say, probably with every question, it depends on the actual circumstances. But there are constitutional issues with it. I think the enforcement piece becomes a challenge there. What was the second part of that question?
Second part of the question was, and it kind of ties in, was what can someone do if they see this? If somebody witnessed something, I'll actually pull that question up. So give me.
Yeah, I think the best thing, as I mentioned, they might be able to do is video record the incident. Again, if you're in a public area, video record the incident.
That was the wrong question. Sorry about that. Yeah, so that was the big thing was what can be done if we witness anything for those of us.
Yeah, you're always able, you can even screen things from a distance. The thing that becomes an issue is when people start getting close. That's when they may find themselves in custody, but you can keep a distance, don't interfere with it. You can use your voice as you want to. You can shout, you can use a megaphone if you need to. You can do all these different things. What you can't do is actually physically interfere with the detention there, but you're able to share know your rights information in real time. You're able to record the incident normally in real time on video. You're able to record notes that are there. So each of these ends up being a valuable tool for attorneys to be able to use thereafter, both in civil cases to challenge kind of the conditions by which the stop occurred, but also to help that person potentially during their immigration proceeding.
Great. Okay. Another question from Sue. She wanted to know, are ICE officers getting bonuses for sign-ons and picking up people? And do you know anything about that?
So I just read that they're going to be doing sign-on bonuses for recruitment. I don't think that there's any sort of like pickup people quota bonus. Certainly if there is, that'll be subject to a legal challenge as well. Quotas are almost inherently unconstitutional. I've not seen quotas upheld really in any context. And certainly I don't see any court, even this United States Supreme Court, upholding sort of like a incentive system for detentions, but we'll see what happens there. With respect to the sign-on bonuses, I've seen the Department of Homeland Security has posted that they're doing sign-on bonuses, and I actually just before I got on this call read that they're hoping to make sure that ICE officers and those that are engaged in enforcement are eligible for student loan forgiveness. Again, this is the same administration that has attacked student loan forgiveness as a whole, but apparently it's okay for immigration enforcement officers on their end, according to what they've said. So I did see that online as well.
I was just going to ask, I saw something this morning about that, and I'm all like, is this a wives' tale or is this actually news of...
Unfortunately, all the wives' tales now seem to be the real tale, right? Like I can't tell. It seems like we're extras in the Handmaid's Tale.
Yeah.
And I try to tell folks that for the last 6 months they've said, well, what's it felt like to be, in your role during this time? And I said, I feel like an extra in somebody else's nightmare. It's really kind of unfortunate. And I'll tell you on my end, on a personal level, I'll go to bed and sometimes I'll automatically assume that when I wake up, I'm just going to receive a piece of really terrible news, because that's been my overwhelming experience during the last several months. The stories I've heard are horrific. And you never want to become desensitized to the types of horrors that you see, because it doesn't make you a very good advocate for people when that happens. But I will tell you that like these are not normal scenarios or stories that we're seeing. The narratives that have been put out by really like some of these pro-authoritarian groups or individuals all across the country have been so misleading. I mean, so misleading. We're seeing our neighbors literally kidnapped here, and most of them have no criminal legal system touch point at all.
On a personal note, I feel you on every front on that. So, and I know there's many of us who are part of WADO. We are the others that are deeply concerned with what we are seeing. Hence why we are having you speak here. That goes actually to another question. Another question that was brought up. I'm going to go ahead and share. Maida, she wanted first of all to say thank you for coming. So she really appreciated that for speaking on this. And it's awful how the community is afraid and feels as if they do not have a path, which I totally understand where she's coming from that, because we've actually had people contact WADO about this. If they wanted to host a training or a community, is there an opportunity to do so virtually?
Yes. So also to request a training again, If you go to aclunv.org on that same Know Your Rights page, the QR code that I have up, there's a request a speaker or request a trainer feature. We're able to do that. My preference is to do them by Zoom, in part because the people who are most impacted, they oftentimes will not necessarily want to be there in person, primarily because there's concern about enforcement in that way. So we're happy to do that. You can request the training feature online. We don't do trainings for individuals, but for community groups or organizations, we're happy to do that. It'll be your responsibility to get your potential crowd together and to do your promotion for such a training to those that need it. But we are certainly happy to serve as the trainers for those types of requests.
Maita, also just for your understanding, Watto could also help facilitate that. We can, if we get a group of people, we can host something like that and get something going. So kind of bring as many people together, just so it's less trainings that Atar has to do for these things. Keep it easier for him and his team. But we're here to help with that. Okay. Another question before we run out of time that was asked: where can someone or groups, because I was asked this specifically about groups as well, get the Know Your Rights cards or cards because they want to be distributing those?
Yeah, so if you actually, so what we're talking about right now is called a red card. A red card actually has the invocation of people's rights on them. So if you're stopped by ICE, you can just hand over the red card. Um, I am going to drop the link for ordering those cards or printing those cards yourself in the chat. I don't know if it will get to everybody, but to the degree it doesn't, feel free to share that. If you Google immigration legal resource center, red cards, a page will pop up that has them. They'll be in English and Spanish. You can print them yourself at home. You can also just have them printed at Office Depot or wherever. So they're available for purchase and for self print online. Those red cards have been helpful. We've distributed a lot of those over time. During the past year at nearly every training we've done, but you're able to find them there and feel free to share that link. ILRC created those cards. They've done a great job with them. They're a really useful tool, I think, for our community members.
Perfect. And I went ahead and shared that. So if you're following us over on our channel, it's been posted there. So you guys will have access to that. And those of you who have purchased the recordings for this, you'll go ahead and in our follow-up email, we'll include those key links and stuff like that. All right. I will hand everything back over now to any other final questions. I want to honor time before we wrap up. Going once, going twice. Okay, good. All right, I'm going to go ahead and hand, thank you very much. I'm going to hand this back over to, so you and Adrian, and we can wrap up and go from there.
Melissa, Atar, wow, what an incredible start to the day and what important information. So thank you so much. All right, so we are going to take a quick break. Melissa, I think like a minute or two, and we're going to return at the top of the hour with Jamie and Farrell Vaughn for Weapons of Mass Deception, how to resist disinformation and reclaim truth. So get a little cup of coffee or a drink, because I know I'm going to be all ears, and we'll see you back here in just about a minute, Melissa.
Yeah, well, I mean, if people, we'll start at the top of the hour, but we'll give a minute or two for people to go use the restroom. We understand. So
awesome.
Grab a cup of coffee, whatever, but we'll say 5 after. We'll be good to go.
Welcome back, everyone. Our next speakers are a dynamic duo. I'm very excited to listen. I am all ears with both of them. Jamie and Farrell Vaughn from Indivisible, Northern Nevada. Jamie is a lifelong Reno resident, retired social studies teacher, a breast cancer survivor, podcast host, and an advocate for democracy. And Farrell is a U.S. Army veteran. Thank you for your service to sacrifice, retired history and political science teacher, deeply concerned about the rise of authoritarianism. So please welcome Jamie and Farrell Vaughn.
Hi, thank you for having us. Yeah, we're here to talk to you about misinformation and disinformation and how this type of news has always been with us, but has expanded over time, especially with technological changes. I'm really going to talk a little bit about the history of propaganda, and Jamie's going to get into talking about how you can deal with disinformation and have a fact-based discussion, and reach across the aisle to people who may be putting out misinformation or disinformation. And we'll talk about the difference between, Jamie especially will talk about the difference between those two terms, misinformation and disinformation. We've been presenting this type of information for a couple decades now. I first got interested in this when I was at the National Council for Social Studies conference in Chicago. Harold Ramis from this was early 2000s, and Harold Ramis from Ghostbusters was the keynote speaker, and he talked about the internet and how children at that time and today need to learn about all the information that's being just put out there and how quite often they're being misinformed. Jamie and I did a presentation on this in 2017 when the Kellyanne Conway was talking about alternative facts. We decided that teachers really needed to know more about this. And Jamie and I had been teaching media literacy within our social studies classes the whole time. And we thought we needed to bring this to teachers. We most recently did a presentation for the Make Good Trouble organization, which is a part of Red, Wine, and Blue. An activist organization, but Make Good Trouble here in Reno does some very good educational seminars, and Jamie and I led one on this idea of misinformation and disinformation and how to understand it and how to combat it. In a public setting together, we had our audience go through these pre-activity essential questions. Where do you get your news? Do you trust that the information you're consuming is fact-based? Have you ever encountered any misinformation or disinformation in the news recently? And what do you think ordinary Americans should do to counter misinformation and disinformation? Next slide, please. So as teachers, we always had our objectives written down, and we would always check for understanding with our students. And we usually would put these down as students will be able to, at the end of the lesson, understand and explain relevant vocabulary terms, analyze the potential consequences associated with fake news, identify and evaluate media sources, and apply their knowledge of media bias using the truth sandwich method in a discussion or online. So at the end of this presentation, we hope that you will be able to practice those 4 points right there. So media literacy is really important. We know that literacy is the ability to read and write and understand information, comprehend it. But with technological changes, that has changed radically. Of course, this can also be, understanding, going back in time to understanding political cartoons, and the misinformation there. I used to quite often use Paul Revere's lithograph of the Boston Massacre to explain how that was a piece of propaganda and misinformation designed to influence public opinion, especially patriots at that time. And that same idea continues today, but just in a more technological and advanced way. And our understanding and confusion about this is still present because we're human beings, and we tend to take these messages and digest them through our own perspectives. So media literacy is an expanded conceptualization of literacy that includes the ability to access and analyze media messages, as well as to create, reflect, and take action on those messages or with your own messages, using the power of information and communication to make a difference in the world. So Jamie and I are very concerned with the misinformation and disinformation that's being put out there. And we want people to challenge it and to take action and to talk to each other. And you don't always have to agree, but maybe come to a common understanding of where that other person is coming from. But of course, a fact-based discussion is what's the most important part here. And that's becoming more and more difficult with all of the misinformation and disinformation that's being propagated through all the different forms of media that we consume today. So what is propaganda? It's simply information designed to influence opinion, manipulation of information. It can be by the media, it can be by the government, it can be by other groups in order to make you think a certain way about certain topics, issues, policies. It's the spreading of ideas, facts, information, claims, or rumors for the purpose of helping or hurting an institution, a cause, or a person. So as a U.S. history teacher and American government politics teacher, I like to go back and talk about, as I just did about Paul Revere's lithograph, about the Boston Massacre, bring in these historical pieces to help us understand what's going on today. You've probably remember yellow journalism from your high school classes. This was sensationalized news stories that were used to attract customers. It was a marketing strategy used by both Joseph Pulitzer and William Randolph Hearst to sell their newspapers at the turn of the 19th century, most notably during the Spanish-American War. Quite often they were very jingoistic, calling for war, but it was really a way to sell their papers, to put out these sensationalized headlines or illustrations or things that would attract attention in order to get people to buy those papers. I could go into detail about what Pulitzer on the left and Hearst on the right are talking about with the Spanish-American War, but obviously we don't have time for that. But I wrote my master's thesis on this topic, U.S. Imperialism 1898, and how important the media influence and government propaganda was to convince Americans to step off our shores into the Caribbean, Puerto Rico, Cuba, and into the Pacific, Hawaii, and the Philippine Islands especially. So yellow journalism is something that's still happening today. We just use different terms for it today. Next slide, please. So in World War I, during World War I, the United States was extremely divided about this war. Many thought that it was a rich man's war, poor man's fight, which in many ways it was, that it was a foreign war the United States did not get involved with, that we were a country of immigrants, that it was going to cause these problems within immigrant communities who might still have feelings or alliances towards their home countries. And so the government created what was called the Committee of Public Information. This was led by George Creel. And this was an independent agency of the government under the Wilson administration, and it was created to influence public opinion to support the U.S. in World War I, in particular the U.S. home front. World War I, the CPI was the first state bureau covering propaganda in the history of the United States. So what I'm trying to educate you on or get you to think about is how the media and the government both can work separately or in tandem to put across a specific message about supporting a specific policy or in some cases a war. In over 26 months from April 1917 to June 1919, the U.S. government used every medium available to create enthusiasm for the war effort and to enlist public support against the foreign and perceived domestic attempts to stop America's participation in the war. So they were using radio at that time, newspapers, and of course propaganda posters, which I have some on the right side here, some encouraging Americans to buy Liberty bonds to support the war effort and to create kind of a hostility or animosity towards the enemy. And of course, the one on the bottom right, probably every American has seen that. I want you for the U.S. Army, nearest recruiting station that is still used today in many places to encourage enlistment. Next slide, please. Of course, as technology has changed, television, the internet, social media, the volume of fake news is overwhelming at times, and it's coming at us from many, many different angles, and it's very hard to combat that and to step outside and critically analyze this news. As I said, Jamie and I did a presentation for teachers in 2017 about Kellyanne Conway when she was being challenged about the lies that she was telling. And she basically said, those are just alternative facts. And that did not kill the story. In fact, the Kellyanne Conway and others within the government and outside of the government have stepped up or doubled down onto their alternative facts and misinformation that's taking place out there. Of course, we've got on the right in the recent election, President Trump declaring that they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. This was a form of disinformation to secure his base, and of course to discredit the immigrant community in Springfield, Ohio, and across the country. And that has led to some of the immigration policies we see put in place since President Trump was elected. Stephen Miller's immigration policies and Department of Homeland Security. And of course, with the One Big Beautiful Bill Act that was just passed into law, ICE has now become the largest law enforcement agency in the United States, surpassing all other federal law enforcement agencies combined in their number and in their budget. We've got J.D. Vance down in the bottom left here, who was chastising members of the European Union for censoring, and especially in Germany, for censoring information that was coming from neo-Nazi organizations, right-wing organizations, political organizations like the ADF in Germany, which has a neo-Nazi backing. And then on the right, we have President Trump holding up a picture of the Abrego Garcia picture of his hand with the Photoshop tattoos on it, claiming that he was a member of MS-13 with that fake Photoshop picture. Of course, he was challenged on that on the news and did not back down, but simply doubled down on that information. So that's what we're dealing with, is how to have a fact-based discussion to challenge this the misinformation and disinformation that's being presented by public officials and by friends, by our family members, in our media, wherever it might be. We want to have a fact-based discussion and to get around the propaganda and the tools of propaganda that are being used. Next slide, please. So sometimes fake news looks very, very real. On the left, we've got the American College of Pediatricians, that if you go to their website, it looks like a very legitimate website. But what they actually are is an anti-LGBTQ organization that is trying to influence public opinion, opposed to any type of trans rights, and really takes a little bit of digging, some lateral reading, lateral research to figure that out. Sometimes fake news is not so legitimate looking. Of course, we've got InfoWars here. And of course, he was sued for lying about the Sandy Hook shooting, saying that it was all made up. And he's still operating today, even though he has, lost millions of dollars in lawsuits. But his message is still being put out there today. On the right is a story that Jamie used to use in middle school about tree octopuses and how this story actually took off. Jamie, do you want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, sure. We had a guest speaker come to our school and talk to our kids about fake news. And this was one of the examples he used to explain how fake news can be really taken in. And if you go to the website, if you actually Google tree octopus, I believe that website is still out there. And we talked to the kids about how they can find out, what the legitimacy behind the website is. And if you go to the About page, find out who put the information out there, you really find out quickly that this is all just a big joke. But there's all kinds of pictures on there where there's an octopus in a tree. And so there are thousands and thousands of people who have visited this website. So that's how powerful this fake news can be. And that's what really catapulted me into this interest of making sure that students and other people understood how to detect fake news, disinformation, and misinformation.
All right. You gonna play that short video, Jamie?
Yeah, so we used this little video in our presentation when we were presenting to teachers, and it just kind of gives you an idea of how fast fake news can spread. So I'm hopefully this will work, Melissa.
There's a quote usually attributed to the writer Mark Twain that goes, "A lie can travel halfway around the world while the truth is putting on its shoes." Funny thing about that, there's reason to doubt that Mark Twain ever said this at all. Thus, ironically, proving the point. And today, the quote, whoever said it, is truer than ever before. In previous decades, most media with global reach consisted of several major newspapers and networks which had the resources to gather information directly. Outlets like Reuters and the Associated Press that aggregate or re-report stories were relatively rare compared to today. The speed with which information spreads now has created the ideal conditions for a phenomenon known as circular reporting. This is when publication A publishes misinformation, publication B reprints it, and publication A then cites B as the source for the information. It's also considered a form of circular reporting when multiple publications report on the same initial piece of false information, which then appears to another author as having been verified by multiple sources. For instance, the 1998 publication of a single pseudoscientific paper arguing that routine vaccination of children causes autism inspired an entire anti-vaccination movement, despite the fact that the original paper has repeatedly been discredited by the scientific community. Deliberately unvaccinated children are now contracting contagious diseases that have been virtually eradicated in the United States, with some infections proving fatal. In a slightly less dire example, satirical articles that are formatted to resemble real ones can also be picked up by outlets not in on the joke. For example, a joke article in the reputable British Medical Journal entitled "Energy Expenditure in Adolescents Playing New Generation Computer Games" has been referenced in serious science publications over 400 times. User-generated content such as wikis are also a common contributor to circular reporting. As more writers come to rely on such pages for quick information, an unverified fact in a wiki page can make its way into a published article that may later be added as a citation for the very same wiki information, making it much harder to debunk. Recent advances in communication technology have had immeasurable benefits in breaking down the barriers between information and people. But our desire for quick answers may overpower the desire to be certain of their validity. And when this bias can be multiplied by billions of people around the world nearly instantaneously, more caution is in order. Avoiding sensationalist media, searching for criticisms of suspicious information, and tracing the original source of a report can help slow down a lie, giving the truth more time to put on its shoes.
So the essential questions that we had at the beginning of the presentation asked you, where do you get your media from? Many of us, of course, consume many different types of media, whether it's television, social media, podcasts, newspapers, other periodicals. The Ad Fontes media bias chart is a great way to check how biased your media is, the stations themselves. They also do about specific stories. They'll talk about that. They also have an educational aspect in which they'll teach you how to do research on fact-checking stories, and I'll go into that in a minute as well. But doing lateral reading and lateral research is really important if you want to check on a story. The first thing you should think about, though, is, does it seem real to me? And I'll come back to that in a minute. But on this media bias chart, what they've got is the most extreme media on the left and on the right. And so you can look, if you read the Wall Street Journal, or you like to listen to PBS NewsHour, MSNBC, or even Alex Jones InfoWars, whatever it might be, they have these labeled down here. So they have television outlets, podcasts. They'll have another chart for other types of periodicals, whether it's the Wall Street Journal, whatever it might be. And it also has on another angle here, it's got how factual it is, or how many inaccuracies or straight up misinformation or disinformation that it's putting out there. And if you look down here at the bottom right, you can see InfoWars is pretty hyper partisan right and down there, but we also have this on the left as well. You've got the Hartman report, which pops up on my social media a lot, which I read, but I'm suspect of when I read it because of this type of chart, because I'm aware that they're coming from a specific angle. I'm not going to get a lot into journalistic standards today, but true journalists have real standards. And one question I always ask people is, does your media outlet correct themselves when they put out a fake story? If they'll come back with a correction, they're using journalistic standards. If they don't come back with a correction, then maybe it's like Fox News getting sued over the Dominion voting machine lies that they told, and were sued for $700 million. So Ad Fontes Media is a good place to check the legitimacy or the amount of bias of your sources. Next slide, please. Another real big issue we have is media consolidation. So it's basically 6 major corporations, and that's starting to even become smaller now, that control all of the media that we are looking at. And this is very relevant today because we know about the Paramount Skydance merger that just took place, that was being held up by the FEC, which is controlled by, of course, the U.S. government. It's a U.S. government department agency, and that was being held up. And we saw the editor for 60 Minutes resign because he was told which stories he should, or he didn't have. He said he was losing editorial discretion. We just saw Stephen Colbert get fired and the Late Show get canceled because he was questioning about this merger between Paramount and Skydance that was taking place. And this is a big problem when we're losing small independent media outlets, especially at the local level. We don't have enough local news. I read Gannett News Service, Reno Gazette Journal daily. And what I see with them is quite often they're giving me yesterday's news and most of it's taken from the Associated Press and Reuters. And so I'm not getting this local journalism that I really need to look at local issues and even state and national issues as well. So I'm searching for other media outlets quite often that will help me get that. And that can be problematic if we don't know that we're being given true information, factual information, fact-based information. Next slide, please. I'm not going to go into these 13 points of disinformation detection on how to check fake news, but Checkology has a great site to do that. So you can go through, and as I was trying to say a minute ago, that if you suspect immediately when you're reading that story, if something's off about it, then you could use these 13 points to check and make sure and double check and verify that information, whether it's factual or not. Whether you're trying to be manipulated in some way. So Checkology is a really good source, and it's one that Jamie and I have used for our students to get them to check the information when we're teaching different aspects of media literacy in our classes, which is also a huge issue because media literacy is not taught in the United States, especially here in Nevada, per se. In other countries, you have to teach it. Grades K through 12. It is taught as a separate unit and within other classes, and it has to be taught. So those students seem to be quite more media literate than our students are. I've often asked our students, where do you get your information from? And it's kind of like, oh, the internet. Right? Well, they're not checking their sources. They're not fact checking. And it takes time to do that. It's difficult. So next slide, please. I'll show you some fact checking sites. PolitiFact.com is one of those. Factcheck.org is another. There's global fact-checking sites, Fact Checker, Snopes as well. Google Fact Check Explorer, and ChatGPT is an amazing tool. If you want to put something in there that you took off the internet, a story that you think that might be fake, you can put that into some form of AI like ChatGPT, and it will tell you where it came from, where it started, who the sources are, and who's spreading this information. So it's a very, very valuable tool, and it's really a game changer. ChatGPT and other forms of AI. Now, it can be very misused and dangerous as well, but you need to maybe fact check sometimes. But and there are ways to do that through a ChatGPT forum. Next slide, please. All right, so that's my part of the presentation. Jamie's going to go through and talk to you about Truth Brigade and Indivisible works towards that, and how to have these fact-based discussions. Thank you.
Okay, did you guys lose my screen share?
No, I'm still seeing the screen share.
You're still seeing it? Okay,
yeah,
I'm not
yeah,
for some reason.
Yeah, it says
Okay.
Goals of Truth Brigade, Indivisible. It's got the word, and then I just lost that for a second. Let me.
Yeah, I'm sorry. For some reason it went away for me.
No, it's fine.
So, okay. So thank you, Farrell. I think it's really important to be able to understand the history of propaganda and fake news, because we need to know that this has been around for many, 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 many years. We're just in a very different time period of where we're getting our news and how it's spreading and things like that. So I went out on a mission to find out how we as consumers can, number one, recognize disinformation and misinformation and understanding the difference between the two, but also what we can do as consumers to message on social media. I'm a big social media person. And so I post a lot of things. And yes, I have gotten caught in situations where I posted something that was not accurate. And I am typically the type of person who will go back and say, hey, I just posted something yesterday that come to find out was not true. And here's why, and things like that. So Indivisible has an arm called the Truth Brigade, and it's all about the strategic messaging. empathetic conversation with people, tactical and non-engagement. We persuade a lot of people to stop spreading lies. They have a whole group of people who work with the Truth Brigade in messaging and being able to put it out there, not only just in conversation, face-to-face conversations, but also on different social media platforms. One thing that is really hard for a lot of people to do or not do is to comment or argue with people or share disinformation and misinformation. And we've probably all been caught in the middle of posting something that is not true. Maybe not on purpose, but it has happened. And also finding yourself in an argument on another post with someone who posted that might be a bot. You never know. There's a lot of bots out there. So instead, as often and as in many places as possible, we want to personalize and post these indivisible truth sandwiches. They are topical messages that I will show you in just a little bit. They are disinfo busters and educational tips. You can cause the pause, and that actually prompts critical and independent thinking. So first and foremost, we need to understand what the differences are between disinformation and misinformation. Disinformation is information that is false and deliberately shared for personal gain, or personal and political gain. And misinformation is information that is false, but not necessarily deliberately shared to cause harm or gain power. This idea of malinformation, this is information using real data that is distorted or made public to do harm or gain power. And we've seen some of this happen in 2025 with like medical information, jobs information. And so, but we're going to go more into disinformation and misinformation. So false claims justify the age of disinformation. I want to focus on. I was a social studies teacher who taught very deeply the rise of the dictators and how that happened, and into the Holocaust and other genocides. We always have seen false claims justifying cruel and illegal actions that have already harmed a ton of people and have harmed people in the past. And there are a lot of platforms that are deregulated, such as Meta platforms, our Facebooks, our IGs, our Instagram, Threads, also X, formerly Twitter. Meta has eliminated its third-party fact-checking program in the United States. So we have a big job to do ourselves. We have a responsibility to double-check, triple-check information that we see. There are government websites that are removing factual information, and mainstream media will normalize these lies. It's all the same bag of tricks. So you might see sensationalized type information out there. Shocking poll reveals landslide percentage of public thinks Biden is entering his early stages of dementia. And we saw a lot of that to kind of demonize who he was and is and other people out there. 12 people are behind most vaccine hoaxes on social media. So when you see sensationalized type headlines like this, it's important to also read what they're saying, and kind of question, is this something that's actually real? The disinformation playbook, disinformers do not care about issues, not immigration, not climate change, and not crime. The goal is always to gain profit and power by building a demand for their leadership to solve the fake problems they invent. So, a deep shift in the disinformation cycle. The false claims will move at lightning speed, like you saw in the video just a little while ago, from far-right web into government-sanctioned accounts. Platforms will be deregulated, government websites, we talked about that, and mainstream media. So disinformation is a bully targeted to vulnerable and marginalized groups to create a sense of impotence, no power to change the system, to undermine trust in public institutions, and to increase silos. and about marginalized and vulnerable groups to dehumanize people and make discrimination okay, and to divert blame from societal problems and to exploit human tribalism. So, creating silos in this context of disinformation means isolating people in echo chambers to control the narratives and limit exposures to diverse or factual viewpoints. This can also happen in the workplace. So, this is human nature. While there are documented neurological differences between people who lean right and left, we have more in common. And remembering that helps us hold conversations with mutual respect. And sometimes people act for reasons other than fact. So I know that I've gotten into conversations in person and on social media where my emotions get involved. And it's really hard to sort of put that aside, and respecting the other person's point of view. It's likely an intentional false claim, an image or a video, if the focus is on blaming someone or community, not on solutions. Headlines don't match the content. This happens all the time. I've seen posts where I saw the title and the people who are commenting are talking about just the title and not necessarily knowing what the article says. So be careful of headlines that don't match the content that's in the article or the video. Videos or images have glitches, perhaps AI generated. We're seeing AI generated photos all the time. We just saw one the other day that one of our local journalists called out. It was a restaurant who put out a picture of their patio. It's a local restaurant, of their patio with people eating steak. And then in the background is the Biggest Little City Reno Arch that is very famous in Reno. And we people who live in Reno understand that that is not what that patio looks like in real life. And that arch in the background isn't anywhere near that restaurant. So I believe that they took it down, but we're seeing AI generated things like that. So be careful of when you see those pictures. There are usually mistakes in there. So on the arch, it said it had a misspelling on biggest. So you'll see like a distorted body part, or you'll see a misspelling in the background. So always make sure you double check that. Sources for contentions are supplied or are from one point of view, and questions are deflected or met with defensiveness or personal attacks. Most people do not want to spread misinformation. Most people share with the pursuit of truth as a common value. So there's some strategies that we can use for disinformation. These are evidence-based disinformation reduction from the Truth Brigade. We want to focus on people and misinformation. We're going to focus on that as a grassroots force. We focus on persuading people, not on platforms or legislation. Most people do not want to spread misinformation. Most people agree with common value of the pursuit of truth. Resilience can build through education. Resilience to accepting disinformation as fact is built through education in identification, media literacy, self-assessment, and trust, called psychological inoculation. So I'm not an expert on psychological inoculation or an accuracy inoculation, but it's interesting to me that there is a psychological strategy used to protect people from misinformation by exposing them to a weakened version of misleading arguments or technique, along with refutation of warning. The best way to explain this really is this idea from the concept from vaccinations. Just as a vaccine exposes you to small, safe doses of the virus to build resistance, accuracy inoculation builds mental immunity against disinformation. So the Truth Brigade kind of, that is their goal, is to be able to put out information to be able to help people recognize disinformation and misinformation. Arguing and commenting and clicking amplifies false claims. Online engaging with posts in any way, in most cases, increases visibility. Offline, don't argue. Facts and stats in person or online can trigger the backfire effect. Don't argue online or offline. If only they had all the facts, they'd feel differently, can be an unproductive approach. And I have been totally guilty of that. And there is a backfire effect. So factual arguments can entrench opposing positions, and they can increase the resentment that underlies the us versus them society. So this comes to my the help in what we can do as a society. We call it the truth sandwich. And this is a really kind of a way that I used to teach writing: your intro, your body, and your conclusion. This is a way that we can message, whether it's verbally in front of people or even online. So the truth sandwich has this idea of discovering common ground first, shared values, because we all have shared values no matter what side of the aisle you're on. And then comes the disrupting of the disinformation, cause the pause, prompt critical thought, question motives and sources. And then the bottom part is the dream part: restate the truth and inspire action, emotion, and hook. So, for example, for the discover part, the flood of executive orders. This is just an example that you can use. The flood of executive orders from the White House is overwhelming, outpacing the lawsuits that call many of these acts illegal. We're going to disrupt. Is this by design? Chaos creating demoralizes people and clouds opposition. Keep clear-headed lies. Don't justify breaking the law. Very simple message to put out there online. Here's another one that you can use. And I have other examples that I'll show you at the very end. Kids have enough to deal with today without their schools being political battlegrounds, sorry. So when politicians condemn public schools, ban books, politicize history, who's protecting the kids? Fight for what kids really need in schools: stability, honesty, intellectual curiosity, and inclusion. And this here, kids are not collateral. That's the graphic that you can use with it. Here are a couple of other examples. Lies don't justify denying kids knowledge, or lies don't justify poisoning our people. So educating our children well is a value most American parents hold dear. Yet the White House falsely says teaching kids science, accurate history, and critical thinking is radical and wants to control curriculum nationwide. Who asked for more censorship and less power in schools? How will our kids thrive if we're rewriting the truth? Lies don't justify taking learning away from our children. And then there's another example on the other side about, I'm really sorry, I can't see it. Nobody wants to go back to when rivers caught fire and air was unsafe to breathe. Yet the White House spreads lies to justify wiping out programs that keep our water and our air safe. Who does this benefit besides industries that pollute and the officials that they donate to? Lies don't justify poisoning our people. So I'm going to go to a website that's going to show you where you can go to get some of these messages that you can use today on your social media platforms or in person with people that you're speaking to. But a recent MIT study found 85% of disinformation is shared inadvertently. One message to check the source reduced disinformation sharing by 15%. The impact lasted for months. So I want to go. Oh, do you want to take this one, Farrell?
Sure. We asked people when we do this presentation in public, we always put in place some action steps that you can take. One is to attend a school board meeting and tell them why you think media literacy education is important. As I said, every school district makes up its policies and every state has standards in place. Nevada, it does have media literacy standards, but we don't teach it separately as a class. And most of those standards are embedded in the social studies standards and the ELA, English Language Arts. We think that this should be taught in every class, media literacy. I mean, think about science, creationism versus evolution, right? This needs to be taught, and students need to understand that. And as I said, in some other countries, this is mandatory. Media literacy is taught to students from K through 12. So talk to your children, relatives, and friends about the importance of media literacy and the importance of trying to combat the misinformation and disinformation. Another thing is don't doom scroll and oversaturate your system with negative news. Take time off to focus on what makes you happy. I'm guilty of this. I read probably 3 different periodicals per day. I've limited my TV interaction to just one news show per day, but I'm still oversaturating myself. So I need to get out and do other things that I enjoy. Practice the true sandwich that Jamie's talking about when you're talking to friends and family. And I even put frenemies in there about this information, because this is a way for you to have a civil conversation. And you may not agree with each other, but you may give each other something to think about. And the last thing is to attend meetings, political organizations, community meetings at home to and participate in some protests and profests. Get out there and find other people who share common values with you.
I'm gonna go ahead and go to this page here. So you might be asking, how can we find some of these truth sandwiches? There is a toolkit. I'm hoping you're going to be able to see this. Do you all see this?
We can see
Yes.
this. Yep. And I
Yes?
also just
Okay.
put the link also in
All
our
right.
chat, so we're good for people to have that. So-
Fantastic. This is such a great tool for everyone because not everyone is great with messaging. I've had to practice with it, and this is a great tool. If you scroll down, you will see that there are all sorts of topics that are up to date. They're constantly up to date, updating these messages according to what's happening in our country and worldwide as well. So I'm going to take this one here. When migrants are dehumanized. You can take this, you can copy and paste this messaging. You can even obviously change it, but these are vetted by the Truth Brigade peeps. And you can actually use this graphic as well. So this particular one says, here in America, the right to free speech and to human dignity, the right to seek safety are values we cherish. That's the part where you're finding common ground. Most people will agree with that, regardless of who they voted for. Some people may not believe that, but the majority of us do believe that the right to free speech and human dignity, the right to seek safety, are values we cherish. Then it says, who benefits when defenders of these rights are silenced? When migrants are dehumanized and vilified, authoritarians sure like it when the rights are stripped away. We know better. Truth does not fear protest. It grows from it. And so what you can do is you can come down to, if you're on Blue Sky, you can post this on Blue Sky. If you are on Facebook, you can post it to Facebook. So for me, I always have to copy and paste for some reason. Oops, sorry about that. I'm going to come down here just to give you an idea of what you can do. So I'm going to share it on Facebook. Hopefully you all can see this as well. Hopefully it won't make me. Oh, there it is. Okay. So I am going to attempt to post this. And so now that is on my Facebook. And I've gotten a lot of interaction from them because they're not really emotional. They are just finding common ground. They are disrupting the disinformation, and they are giving sort of a call to action, what we can do about it. And you can go in again and personalize it if you would like. But you can also go back and you can say, you know what, I want to put this on Instagram, or I want to put this on LinkedIn or Threads or WhatsApp, wherever you want to put it. But it's really cool because if you are somebody who wants to go in and find something that is articulate to say and to post, they have all kinds of ideas here. Also, Farrell was talking about joining, showing up at meetings. We're in Divisible, Northern Nevada, but I understand that there are people from all over the place on this call. You can find your chapter for Indivisible by clicking on this link here. If you're in Nevada, you can click on this link here and get our newsletter. And I think that's it.
Wow. This information, I have to say, was so needed. So Jamie and Farrell, thank you so much. So Melissa, you're saying that the link is in the chat so that everyone can have access to the information.
Yep.
So I just want to share
I'm adding the links right now in the background. So yes, everybody will have access to that. And then people who are watching the replay or whatnot, they'll get it. Everything will be emailed out. We'll make it easy for people.
I love that. So Jamie and Farrell, just so you know, first of all, I am on Blue Sky. I'm also on the program called Chatter Social, which I'm streaming live on Chatter Social. And we did get a small donation, Melissa. Oh. But the reason why I'm telling you this is that I deliver the news in the evenings for the Dateline for what's called Debate the News. And there's so much misinformation. So I have to share everything that you just taught us, and how many times that I have delivered the news and double and triple checked to find that it actually was not correct, even using like AI and just trying to find a variety. But such important information when you're on the other side and you're listening and you hear all of the misinformation and fact checking right on the spot. But anyways, thank you so much. And let me just go, because everyone, what a great, that was really great. So eye-opening. So are there any questions, Melissa?
We did have a few questions. I'm going to go ahead and pull those up. So give me just a second. Come over here. Some of these were sent over to me privately, so I just want to go ahead and just share them over. We're just going to do this one right here. Kind of an obvious one. Was, as history lovers and teachers, are you seeing any repeat with history in our current time, and what should we learn from? I know we're short on time, but I did want to throw that one out there.
Well, as they say, history.
I would say, go ahead.
Quite often repeats, but very often rhymes. So this battle about understanding the information that's being presented to us, the information we consume, has been a constant struggle since the printing press. And so we just need to update it to modern times.
Agreed. All right. Maita has the question. Historically, there was a time when folks had a better critical thinking skill set, and that was a question. Historically, the disinformation and misinformation that has been shared isn't met by critical audience, which is actually a really good point, because you are getting such a, I don't believe you, this is what I believe mentality from people. So was there a time when folks had a better critical skill set that you guys know of? And the second part of that, the disinformation and misinformation that has been shared wasn't met by such a critical audience?
I don't know if historically, I mean, the way people have been the same throughout history, and we're just dealing with different ways we consume our information. We need to update that. We've always been exposed to different types of propaganda and misinformation and disinformation. And, they quite often people say you need to read both sides or watch both sides to understand that. I think that's very much true. And that was true in the past, and even more valuable to understand that today.
Yep. Okay. This was a question sent over to me privately as well. It says, Wikipedia is a common go-to place for people to learn information. I personally know that because I have a lot of teenagers that I know they always talk about, like, oh, I found this on Wikipedia. Any feedback or thoughts on how to verify that information? And I know you kind of did cover that a little bit, but I know Wikipedia is kind of a go-to source for a lot of people.
There used to be a time, it may still be, where Wikipedia could be changed by anybody. I think they've gone back and made those changes so that people can't just come in and change information on their own. But even then, you can take the information from Wikipedia, you could copy paste it, put it into Chat GPT, and say, fact check this.
Excellent.
And they'll fact check it for you.
That's perfect. That's a great way for people to take action on that. And then the other one that came up was, can we get the image of the sandwich, or can we get the sandwich image? And I can get that from you guys if you guys are open to sharing that. That was a great visual.
Yes.
So we'll go ahead and pass that along to people if that's okay.
Yes. And they can also go to the website to see all of the images on there and get examples of what they can use. But yes, we are able to share that.
Perfect. Okay. And I'm seeing several messages coming in. People are actually excited and they're going to be rewatching this session because there was so much great information, which I know for me, I literally I have notes. I was sitting here taking on this. So this was really, really good for me. And that is it. We are now also at time. So any last minute things you guys want to share? I know you guys have the newsletter. You guys want people, if you want to just mention that one final time so people know about that and we can put that up for people to get access to your newsletter.
Yes. For Northern Nevada, they can go to indivisible.nnv.org and get our newsletter. We have an amazing newsletter that comes out each week that outlines things that are happening, events that are going on in our area, calls to action, things we're reading, things that we're writing. And so it's a very good newsletter.
Perfect. Okay. I think that's it. Thank you guys very much. I'm going to go ahead and hand this back over to Adrienne. And thank you guys for being our guest today.
Thank you. Thank you for doing what you're doing.
Thank you.
Yeah, amazing information. I cannot wait to go on and grab your graphics and share. So we're going to take another short break, friends, and then we're going to come back with Mr. Blake Pang, who is the president and CEO of United Way of Northern Nevada and the Sierra. Very excited. By the way, community isn't built by accident. It's built by intention, one connection at a time. Please make sure you go to wearetheothers.net and grab a lot of information and help us. And you always make a donations are always loved. So thank you very much.
So I went ahead and set the timer. We'll do a 3-minute break so people can use the restroom or whatnot, and then we'll go ahead and get started with Blake. So do what you guys need to do, and we'll be back in just a moment. If you have not joined our organization, come join our community. It's free to join us. There's no cost. It's a community of solidarity, as well as we are gathering resources to help those who are in need or vulnerable. But scan the QR code or go to www.wearetheothers.net/together and come join us and enjoy your break. And we'll be back with Blake in just a few minutes.
Melissa, are we ready to start?
We are ready to start. I was just going to click back over where we are back to you, and you can go ahead and introduce Blake.
Welcome back. Okay, so our
Oh,
next speaker is
we're not seeing you, Adrienne, by the way. There we
Oh,
are.
okay.
There
Very
she
good.
is.
Put some lipstick on. Thank you. Well, welcome back. Our next speaker is Blake Payne, President and CEO of United Way of Northern Nevada and the Sierra. He leads one of the largest geographical regions in the United Way network and has grown revenues by over 300% since his first year. Blake has served in nonprofits for over 20 years and was recently recognized by the Nevada state legislation as a community icon. Mr. Payne, the quote that you wrote, that you said, touched my heart, and I think will touch everyone's. I want to take 1 second to read it. Blake Payne, our children shouldn't lose access to support that's helping them succeed just because of a federal decision. This is the moment to act. We need help to keep this program alive and growing. So everyone, please welcome Blake Payne.
Thank you so much, everybody. I hope you all can see the screen. Oh, it's kind of weird. Let me
Hang on.
mess around with it a bit.
I'm seeing it on my side, but I'm not seeing it for everybody else. So give me just a second. I want to make sure that is going to work for everybody.
Okay. It's for some reason it's sharing the presenters. Oh, here we go.
Okay, so let's see. I want to go ahead and make a change over here on my side for something else. So let's see if this will work. There we go. Yep, we're seeing it now. Is everybody seeing this?
I hope so.
Yep, it looks good. Okay, I'm getting thumbs up from people. You're good. All right, it's all.
Okay, great. Okay, and I can speak quickly too, so we'll have some time here. So a lot of what I'll be talking about today may seem like common sense concepts in terms of you and I, conducting our daily lives with the people that we work with. However, it gets very complicated when we're talking about large-scale community-wide change and getting organizations and people to work together on such a thing. So my presentation is called Stronger Together, Convening and Facilitating for Collective Impact. So first off, I wanted to talk about maybe the two basic forms of impact, at least in the context of this presentation. So the first one is isolated impact. So this is kind of the standard for most organizations trying to do good in the world in some way. You are spun up as maybe as a nonprofit or a social service group or what have you. And you had a purpose. You've created some programming, some projects that you do in the community. You're doing it, and you're being successful with your clients, and just kind of going about doing all of that, and that's perfectly fine. The way that I kind of talk about it is it's kind of the attitude, right? We're here, we're doing a project, we're helping people, and we're doing it on our own, and we're going to work. And a lot of what characterizes that is organizations kind of working by themselves, doing the projects or the services that they've said they're going to be doing. What ends up happening is a lot of times they compete in the various spaces. A lot of times that competition services as a competition for funding, as we see a lot. It's characterized by government, nonprofits, other organizations across different sectors working in isolation. You see funders who are coming to the table. They are selecting who they want to fund kind of in their own vacuums, right? So XYZ Foundation puts out an RFP to the community, and then you get a bunch of different nonprofits or groups to apply for that funding, for the grant funding. And then the funder just kind of decides within their, they just kind of decide within their own process. And finally, evaluators, those who are judging the success of those grants, are only measuring against that specific grant. They're not kind of thinking in a more macro, community-wide approach. Now, the flip side of that is collective impact. So it's this attitude of, maybe together we can actually make a lasting change happen. And I want to get people to kind of think about, okay, what are the big changes that you've seen in your communities? Maybe it was a neighborhood park was created, or it was a specific program came to fruition that hadn't existed in years past. Typically, it's not just because one person or one organization got together to, make these huge changes. It was because an entire community came together to do that. So for instance, organizations who are conducting collective impact, they do it together. Their mindset shifts from competing for and you've heard this many times, the same slice of the pie. Everybody's fighting for their slice of the pie. They no longer think about that. They think about, how can we, as a member of a movement, really help to lift all boats, because we're all interconnected. So everybody who is working in a various categories, such as homelessness, education, they're all kind of marching down towards a common goal. However, everybody's kind of doing it differently. And in the past, they were competing for the same funds to get towards that goal. But then, as you get into the work, a lot of times you are interconnected. You're managing the same clients, so you may be doing food insecurity, and somebody else is doing homelessness, and then somebody else is doing education. And in some ways, all the clients kind of touch all those different organizations. And wouldn't it be great if we all kind of got on the same page for these clients, so that we can, surround them with services and not duplicate efforts? You have organizations that work in alignment, so understanding that connectiveness and working together to help these clients, and maybe not necessarily send them, to 20 different places, and you send them to the right places to get the exact service that they need and the follow-up that they receive those services. Funders think of their funding more in terms of that greater movement, and they start to think about, okay, how can the funds that I have, right? So for instance, you're one of the big community foundations that has a bunch of donor advised funds that have pretty specific, okay, we can spend this money on this and this money on that. How can they take their overall portfolio and apply it to things that are within the greater movement in such a way that it helps to push everybody forward? And then they can collaborate with other funders who may have different money that can go into places that they can't, their donor advised funds cannot fund. And in essence, everything gets funded and we move everybody together. And finally, the evaluators really think about it more in kind of a community-wide outcomes approach. So I'm not sure if all of you have heard, kind of that terminology between outputs and outcomes. So it kind of, in our world, outputs is how many people did you serve? How many things did you do, right? So for instance, a Boys and Girls Club may measure by how many kids are enrolled, or how many kids came to one of the clubs on a daily basis. Whereas outcomes might be measured by, did these children who got these services, did we measure how were they better off? So not just that we gave them books, but did their scores improve because they were given books? And kind of vastly across the board, it all kind of gets down to making a true measurable impact on collective goals for the communities. So with that mindset, I'm talking more about the latter, collective impact. Next up, I have about 5 slides that are kind of the core tenets for collective impact. The first step really is to convene partners and identify a shared vision. So convening partners, you have to have the right stakeholders at the table. I list several. So it really just depends on what you're trying to do. So for instance, if you're trying to get better scores for high school graduation rates, and then more kids matriculating into college and then into careers, you're going to have a wide array of organizations and stakeholders at the table. What I want to key on these bullets is that you have to have community members at the table, because it can't just be executive directors of various organizations, and it's just kind of like, it can't just be somewhere for people with big titles to kind of meet every month or every couple months, and nothing really gets done. You have to have community members at the table. You have to have a wide array of stakeholders, people coming with money to the table, so that everybody is held accountable, because you are in essence kind of creating more of a movement and not just a set of meetings. So that accountability is important, and always have to ask the question on a regular basis: who are we missing at the table? Because it happens. It always happens. You may have the best intentions for who you're bringing together, and you're going to miss somebody. United Way, we've done it many times, and all the other organizations have done it. Once you get everybody to the table, or at least a lot of folks to the table, you try to come to some basic understanding of the problem. So in a lot of these circumstances, you're going to have an overall issue, right? So it could be high school graduation, or it could be homelessness rates, or any of those different ones. And you have to come to a basic understanding of what the problem is. So for instance, here in Nevada, we know we have a not so great graduation rate. So that's the first one, right? We know that our graduation rate is trailing behind most of the states in the union. And that's a starting point, at least. It's okay to disagree about, when you do a deeper dive into a lot of the measures that you want to use to gauge your success. It's okay to disagree, but we at least have to start with a common understanding that, yes, there is a problem. We do have a lot of kids who are not graduating. We have a lot of people who are experiencing multi-generational homelessness. We have a lot of people who are going hungry. But at least starting with that and understanding that what we have done so far, kind of isolated or maybe in smaller groups, has had some success, but has it had lasting success? Has it had generational impact? And we have very few of the basic problems in our society that have had that kind of impact. You need to bring people together on those basic circumstances, and it can evolve over time as you learn more. So the next one is very important. It's shared measurements. So once you get people to the table, and once you get them to agree on a basic problem that you're working on, you need to come down to some way to identify, how do we measure success? So if we're bringing all of these organizations together, we're going to have a series of, it could be up to 50 different key measurements that we're watching to see if we're having actual success, if we're doing this thing together. But it starts with agreeing on common data sources. So luckily up here in Northern Nevada, we have several organizations who track those big measurements. You have the Community Health Alliance who do the community health assessment every year or every couple of years, which is fantastic, because it not just measures health related numbers, but it also measures things that contribute to it. So the social determinants of health, which go into homelessness and education and everything. We have an organization called Truckee Meadows Tomorrow, who kind of serves as, at least up in Washoe County, kind of the depository and main analyzer for data across many different sectors. And they're a great source there. We have the Gwynn Center, who are based up here in Reno, but serve kind of across the state, who kind of do super deep dives into shared data depending on whoever they're working with to define, okay, what are the underlying causes for the problem that we're working on. So we have a lot of organizations across the state that do that, and we're lucky to have them. So it is, getting this group together and agreeing on what are those data sources, and then finally, what are the measurements that we all agree that we're going to track. You start out with the biggest ones, right? So in education, it's at least here in Nevada, it's the third grade reading, high school graduation, matriculation to college, and then hopefully at some point we'll get to career, from going all the way from cradle to career measurements. When you do all of this, you take a lot of the whatever you want to call it, favoritism for certain organizations because they have bigger branding, bigger names. You take away some of the work that organizations do to market the issue that they're working on. So it's not so biased because they're trying to, keep their mission going, their organization going. And it's all about the numbers. So let the data tell the story. And that drives us to more data-driven decision making. And then we get back to that whole outcome approach that I was talking about earlier. Next up is this notion of air traffic control. So once you agree on the problem that you're addressing, and you agree on the measurements that you're using to address it, then you have to figure out who's doing what. So you gotta come down to an understanding of how each organization's efforts in the community feed into those larger success measurements for the coalition that you've now created. So it's not necessarily telling them what they are going to be doing, but understanding where do they fit into the bigger picture. And this does a lot of things for you, right? So it helps you to understand, okay, we have these certain things covered, right? So maybe we have a really good, I'm going to be in education a lot just because we're really focused in there. In terms of education, where maybe we have a really good coverage in after school, right? But maybe we don't have so much coverage, maybe like on the weekends or with pre-K, for instance. So anywhere in that spectrum, we're looking at the entire spectrum of services that need to be arrayed to solve these problems. And where are we lacking? Where are we covered in? And then how can we get organizations to focus on the places that we're not so heavily engaged in? A lot of times we have organizations that they're approached by a potential donor or their board has asked them to go into a certain area that may not have been their traditional place. And, they kind of barrel into it. And then they've got the program either close to starting or it's already started. And then lo and behold, they find out that somebody else was already doing it or somebody else was already thinking about it too. And they're also, going down the road. It's an opportunity for us to share amongst this greater coalition what we're doing, so that we can avoid any kind of duplications of efforts, and we can create more collaborations around solving some of these issues and getting out some of these programs. So it's very important to have that kind of air traffic control mindset where it takes us away from just competing and it moves us more into a place where we're collaborating on services. Next up is convening and communicating. So once you've established the problem, once you've established you have shared measurements, we all agree these are our numbers and we're gonna stick to them. And then you finally understand who's doing what and how are we kind of moving everybody down the road together. There's a constant kind of cycle of pulling them together, convening them, communicating with them. And really it's all about establishing trust. So a lot of organizations, they're not used to working with others. I think we're better today than we had been in the past, but we always get that, it gets you back to that I'm protecting my turf mindset or the competing for funds. And, especially when you're an executive director or a board member of an organization, your part of your role is to make sure that organization continues for years and years to come. And a lot of times it is hard to step away from maybe going into a new project where you may see funding because somebody else in a coalition that you're with is already doing it or had already planned to do it. So a lot of it is kind of helping organizations to have kind of an open space where they can talk, helping them to understand that, we all entered into this movement thinking that we can do this thing together better and have a stronger community because of it. And then it's reliant on the organizations who kind of are the funders, the backbone organizations, the foundations, the grantors, to hold participants accountable to it, telling them, hey, we love your idea, but where does it kind of fit in with the greater the work that this convening is doing? So it really is about establishing those open forms of communication and really creating a culture across multiple organizations that, hey, yes, we are our organization. We run as our own nonprofit or social organization. However, we're part of this greater movement, and we need to kind of hold true to that. We can't just kind of operate on our own and go into somebody else's field and think that it's going to be okay. And the funders, those who are backing it, need to be there to hold everybody accountable. And as well, because you're building this as a cultural movement, you have to have those CEO, executive director, board chair level folks engaged in these conversations. So it can't just be, kind of giving it off to somebody who may be like a manager or somebody who doesn't necessarily make a lot of decisions, being the one that represents the organization. It has to be a senior level person who can make sure that their organization that they come from is holding true to the tenets that we've set forth. So that's the convening and communicating. Very important. And it's just constant, and it's almost most of the work is in that realm. To be able to do all of this, you have to have a backbone organization. So this is the organization or group that kind of serves as that facilitator and convener of the network that you've created. A lot of times they will act as a fiscal agent or sponsor. So if money is raised for maybe like a community-wide project, that backbone organization would be the one to apply for the grant. They would intake the grant. They would be in charge of the accounting for it, and then finally also in charge of the grant reporting back to whoever granted it. So it's a very important kind of organization that really is committed to that constant, keeping up those constant lines of communication. So a lot of this are things that this communication are things that we a lot of the larger nonprofits do as necessary. I'll put that in quotes, as necessary, but it's not necessarily something that is done formally unless you have one of these types of networks. So really, this backbone organization serves as that glue, that connective tissue for all of these organizations. I got a couple more slides, and then we can open it up to questions. One is a bonus case study of an organization called Strive Together. So a lot of what you just heard me talk about are things that I actually learned from this organization. So they started out back in the mid-2000s in Cincinnati. So back then I actually worked at the United Way in Greater Cincinnati, right when they were starting all of this movement. They were really one of the first formal collective impact networks that had been created in the nation. And it all kind of started from just an initial meeting where they got a bunch of leaders together to talk about college readiness for kiddos who were experiencing poverty. They knew that it was a problem that everybody was seeing, kind of affecting all the different aspects of the community. So when kids aren't graduating, businesses typically will not have individuals with the skills they need to be able to bring into careers. You have all the social determinants of health are all very poor when someone, or you know, are much more behind typically when someone doesn't graduate from college, and on top of that, experiencing poverty. So kind of everybody had come to the table to talk about it, and the inflection point of the meeting was when the county coroner, who, you know, I don't think a lot of people actually expected the person to show up, but they did, and they said that as long as we remain program rich and systems poor, we will not get more kids into college. And at the meeting, they actually went into the mortality rates too, but that wasn't quoted. That's a pretty stark reminder for all of us that, you know, yes, a lot of us do amazing things. There's 1,000 amazing stories probably on this call of things that you do in the community. However, we don't have a lot of systems that kind of are overarching, that align all of our programs together so that we're really taking a huge bite of problems. We're just kind of nibbling at the edges for a lot of it. So they kind of created a cross-sector leadership team of all the folks who I had listed earlier, and they came together to form what was the first Cradle to Career network across our nation. Since then, this kind of Cradle to Career network approach has popped up, I think, in about 30 different states at this point, to varying degrees. At this organization in Cincinnati, within their first 5 years, they already saw positive trends across multiple indicators, including high school graduation, fourth grade reading and math, and of course, kindergarten readiness. So it was all about bringing everybody to the table. I would say that as a nonprofit exec working there, I started to see people talking about this, you know, when they would never talk about something, you know, so, you know, something that was not necessarily directly related to service. So they would, you know, like a businessman would go and brag about, oh yeah, you know, my company, we just went and did this backpack drive for kids, and we did 1,000 backpacks, right? And, you know, a lot of times they would be talking about that, and that's awesome. But you would never really hear people talking about kind of the backbone stuff, right? The things that are not necessarily quote unquote sexy for the average person. And I've heard many people talk about, hey, you know, this thing called Strive, we're all getting together to solve this problem in a more meaningful way. It's so exciting. And that was the first time I had ever heard business executives talking about it. You know, kind of on a it was the average conversation. It became kind of the conversation that I would almost always have, instead of one that I would have to kind of drive. Oh, have you heard about this? You know, it was always, they would be talking about this and they would be excited about it. So when you get those types of folks who, you know, they've got other things to worry about, right? They have to manage their stock prices and their investor reports and everything, and they have very little time for things that are going on in the community. It was interesting to hear them talking about that, and it was because it all went back to these success indicators, which they could grasp onto, right? It wasn't just the story that gets you to cry. It was also the data that was backing it up, because we were letting data tell the story. So that's the bonus. Now I want to talk about our own one here in Northern Nevada. So United Way of Northern Nevada and the Sierra serves as the facilitator for the Northern Nevada Reading Coalition. This coalition was started right back in the early 2020s as a way to bring organizations together to improve reading and writing by third grade. So here in Nevada, third grade reading is one of the biggest success indicators that we use kind of across the board. The state government uses it heavily to understand, okay, how are we teaching kids? How are we investing in education? So what we ended up doing was we pulled together roughly about 15 organizations across Northern Nevada, all the school districts, the various big name nonprofits who are in that education space to the table. We created this coalition. United Way was asked to serve as the facilitator for it. And it really is focused on that early childhood education from 0 to 5. What it tends to do is many of the things that I just talked about. We do we do have shared measurements, like I was saying earlier with Truckee Mills Tomorrow and a bunch of our other examples. We do talk about what each organization is doing, but we've actually gotten to a point where when we share that information, we have other organizations asking more about, oh, tell me more about that program, because we happen to have clients almost every day asking for something like this, and they start to share that information and get clients across the board to each other, which is amazing. But we've also identified some projects for the coalition to do that United Way ends up, in essence, we administer these programs on behalf of the coalition. So we have a program called United Readers. It's a literacy intervention where we work at various elementary schools, and they identify children who are in need of help in their literacy skills. So last year we had more than 700 kiddos from K through 5th grade involved in the program, and we had a extremely good 85% success rate, getting them at least one level of literacy improvement. But the actual average across our entire footprint was 2 levels. We have the Nevada Ready Pre-K program, which is a state-funded program that provides free high-quality preschool to kiddos who are at or below 250% of the federal poverty line. We're not the only organization that runs it. The various school districts do as well. But that 300 plus is kind of our chunk of it. And then finally, we started Dolly Parton's Imagination Library back in 2023. And if anybody doesn't know this program yet, it's in essence free age-appropriate books to any child from the age 0 to 5 within a service area. So because of the support of the various coalition members, we were able to get the state to agree to fund it. So we currently have 8,500 kids across Northern Nevada enrolled. And lifetime of the program since 2023, we have 130,000 books in kids' hands. So pretty great numbers so far. You see a mixture of outputs and outcomes. And we are actually, for each of the other programs, we're working with the Department of Education to identify the kiddos who have been in these programs and put it into their records so that we can see longitudinally how better off were these kids versus their peers who had not had these services. I would say that Imagination Library program in my last position in Oregon, one of the school districts did it for us, and kiddos who had been in it for at least 2 years before kindergarten were showing between 30 to 60% better kindergarten readiness scores versus their peers, which is amazing. So those are kind of the tenets for collective impact. I think it took 30 odd minutes. So I'm gonna push it to a quick thank you to everybody, and I'll stop sharing the slideshow and am open to questions.
Well, thank you, Blake. Incredible insights. Oh, Melissa, go ahead and with the questions.
No, that was fine. Actually, I was just going to jump in for a second. I'm here in the background and I'm doing like giant hearts every time you are talking because here, I will go ahead and I will add myself here so you can see me because I am actually here on camera. I'm just in the background. Everybody's not actually seeing me here. I'm here. Hi. So even though it says your name underneath my picture, but that works.
Yeah.
Before we jump into questions, I wanted to say I love the entire mentality of collaboration because it is such an important aspect because when I even lived overseas over in England, I was surprised to find out how many nonprofits that were all working in the same space. And it literally was like, my nonprofit's better than your, and there was this really big sense of competition, which is not normally a British way of being, but I was surprised to see that being so strong over there. And in our current times, it is so important that we are able to work collaboratively, and you get to really solve these big problems when we get to all come together, when we actually have a vision of we want to fix this or we want to focus on this. And You said something earlier, and I loved it, and it was just about who's not here at the table and making sure that we're getting all these voices to be heard so we can really solve things. Little bit of a selfish plug here, just because you and I've already talked a little bit about this already, and I'm looking forward to what we're going to be able to do collaboratively together moving forward. For those of you who are new to knowing really about We Are the Others, because there's going to be some really lovely synergy going on. We are two things. We are a community of people coming together of solidarity, of helping other people, period. So whether that is United Way needs some help on something, we can have people in our community come help out, our fellow neighbors, our fellow community. It could be people standing up for people's rights, as we heard with our keynote earlier this morning, so it's all the different ways like that. So that's one hand of it. The other side is we are literally creating a comprehensive, collective, one-stop hub. So if somebody has a need or a challenge, and it could be grandma needs a new pair of glasses, somebody's house burnt down in a fire, somebody needs some books, because we're talking about literacy right now here, especially in northern Nevada area. So you pick, what does that challenger need? And we're going to be talking about all kinds of different challenges and needs over the summit. They contact us, and what we do is we find out, what does that challenger need? Everything is confidential. You don't even have to and there's no cost. So you can say your name is Charlie Brown, Scooby-Doo, pick your favorite character, or you can be contacting on behalf of somebody you care about. Find out, what does that challenger need? We'll get a case manager that will support you, as well as using technology. We're going to get you connected and matched with the resources that actually specialize and can help you. And that's literally how we can work in collaboration. So everything that you were saying, I was sitting there going, yes, 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 because this is how we actually solve these big problems, and being able to work from collaboration versus competition. So that's my own little selfish plug, and I just wanted to say I'm excited because there's exciting things that are going to be coming together. So that was my thing, and I'll get over to questions now. All right, I actually got to go to a different screen. So I realize my screen over here is still showing me. So give me just a second. We're going to come over here to the Q&A. All right. So, well, okay. I'll go ahead and put myself here, since, for Adrian, just to kind of pull this up. Okay. So let me come over here. So Sue asked, I'm going to make this larger. Do you have service for after-school programs?
I would say that we do, through kind of the greater network. So if you're talking about our coalition, yes, there are several organizations that are part of it that do after school, including Boys and Girls Club. But there's a lot of folks in that space. But yeah, Boys and Girls Club is probably the widest provider. I would say that if you're looking for specific service, in most, if not all states at this point, you can dial 211 and just tell them, hey, you're looking for after school, and they'll be able to provide you with organizations that do it.
Perfect. Okay. And that also goes along with another question that she said that she was asking. And this was, so are you a good resource to find out there's other groups are doing the same things as your group? Because you're mentioning about the different nonprofits and whatnot, or other organizations, so that we can really work in a place of collaboration and not competition.
Yeah, I would say United Way. So we're talking to, are we mostly talking to Nevada folks, or are we talking to everybody?
We're talking with everybody, but I would say majority of the people who registered, I noticed, were Nevada and California. We have some Florida, some New York, and some Texas. Those were the big areas I saw.
Awesome. Okay, so in general, United Way is a great first place to reach out to if you're trying to figure out who's doing what. Most of the United Ways, especially in the, in any of kind of the medium to large cities, they have a pretty wide reach in terms of all the different partners, and they have a wide angle lens for that. Going past that, it would probably be similar type organizations that you'd have to ask. There's also some national sites, right? The Charity Navigators and the the various other ones that you can look at too to see who's doing what.
Perfect. Okay, and then this was a question that was brought up, so I'm going to go ahead and just share this as well. Some of the questions I get are anonymous and they get sent to me directly. So this was asked, what are you seeing with the recent grant funding cutbacks and the impact? And I know you and I talked about that, so I had a chuckle when I saw this one come through. And what do you see happening in the next year to 5 due to the impact? The
Okay.
whole ripple effect.
Okay, here we go. Okay. So in January, all of the executive orders started to come out. You started to see a lot of the name brand organizations across various communities lost significant amounts of funding. What should be made clear is that on average, nonprofits across the nation, anybody who's got a revenue over $1 million, typically has some kind of federal or state or even local grant funding. A majority of which was federal. So you had a bunch of organizations who maybe up to 70 to 80% of their operating funds were instantly wiped out. And then you had a wave of organizations that lost their money start to apply for grants that they never used to have to, or in many cases they were barred from because of the nature of federal grants. Sometimes the feds want their money to be the only money in a project. So you saw a bunch of these, name brand organizations with, very popular programs start to ask for money from sources such as foundations who they never used to ask for this money from. So now all the funders are inundated, right, with, like 100 new applications from very worthy causes because they are amazing causes. However, at the same place, most of the foundations have had to scale back their funding because they operate on, most of them operate on bylaws that state that they can only spend a certain amount of the profits from their various stocks and bonds each year for allocations out to various nonprofits, which meant their money shrank. And they're getting asked for more money from other organizations. So most of them are not approving new grants. And they've had to actually go back out to organizations that they had already told, oh, you're going to get this amount of funding for this next fiscal year. And they had to scale those back because all of their portfolios are not, they're not increasing the way that they thought they were going to. So it's kind of a perfect storm, right? I would say that my outlook right now is not rosy in terms of new money coming into play. You're only really hearing maybe a handful of the really big foundations coming out with more money. And that's likely a one-time thing. They've gone to their board. They probably had to have a big vote about, we're going to release 5% of our reserves. And that was a big step for most of them because they're not used to doing something like that. The minority of organizations such as the Gates Foundation are, they're spend down type foundations. Most of them are in perpetuity, so they have to operate this way. So, so I think at least in the next 18 months until we get a new, whatever the Congress ends up being, I think it is one of those places where we are going to have some difficult conversations across multiple communities with organizations who, they had been used to getting pretty reliable funding from the feds and then also from the state. And now they're at a point where maybe they had, 5 programs in their portfolio and 4 of them used to get federal money. And now they only have 1 program that is still viable because it was getting private money. That's not enough for most of these organizations to stay afloat. So we're now entering into pretty tough conversations with them in terms of, okay, do we need to think about mergers? Do we need to think about some kind of a fiscal sponsorship or something for you to keep these viable programs running while we figure out what the new normal is? But I think a lot of you at this point are seeing that new normal. And if you're not seeing it, you're about to, because a lot of the nonprofits who had those programs their boards took votes to release reserves so that they could continue those programs at the same level as they were when they were getting federal funding. But for most of them, it's been about 3-4 months since that happened, and we're already starting to have conversations with them because they're seeing their revenues, get down to zero. So I think this is a moment where we're going to have some tough conversations, but there can also be good ones too, because there are thousands and thousands of nonprofits in each state. Sometimes, doing smaller things, sometimes doing bigger things, but not with a lot of financial reserves. And maybe it is a time for us to start thinking about, okay, getting back to this collective impact mindset. Maybe we don't have to do this thing on our own. Maybe we can team up with a like-minded organization that maybe is a little bit more financially healthy and continue these programs. Because at the end of the day, it's not about the organizations and their name and brand existing. It's about these clients getting the services that they need, right? So I think we're in that place.
I personally, I'm seeing kind of the same thing. So I'm glad you brought that up, because of that's how we're going to get through this. And the priority goes back to it's not about an ego thing. It's about the clients, the people we serve. Something that you did mention, and it actually made me think of something that I saw this morning when I was scanning through social media news and whatnot. And I don't know if you've heard this, but there was something about like the library here. It might have been in Washoe County. So here, this is Nevada, Reno area. For those of you who don't know where Washoe County is, is having a major deficit in their in their budget amount, and they're having to lay off like 20 people. Other things. So, just how things can impact things locally when there's not the funding, and if you don't work together, it's just going to continue to ripple down. Okay. Other questions that came up, actually it wasn't a question, but it was something that was sent over when you were talking. There was just a lot of love in like how you're working when you were talking about, how to work together. So people were very much agreeing with that, as well as the as things are being affected, people definitely felt the sadness about that and how to work together. Is there anything from your perspective that we can be doing to encourage people working in collaboration, especially the organizations?
Yeah. Well, I think it is for those of us who are interacting with other organizations to ask them those tough questions, right? This sounds great. What you want to do sounds great. Have you kind of looked at, what everybody else is doing and kind of where do you fit in? What is your superpower? And if it's hard to answer, then maybe thinking about, maybe I don't need to spin up this project on my own. Maybe there's somebody out there who's already doing it and I can help add to that, right? I can help inform them with something that I know that may be valuable for them that they haven't thought about. And a lot of times you can be more powerful when you work with somebody who's, maybe he's a little bit more established, but is also open to that. If you can find somebody like that. And I think that is also one of the silver linings about the new normal that we exist in, is that a lot more organizations who had traditionally been insular are now ready to have conversations.
And the one that just came over to me right now, so I'm going to send that one over as well. It's interesting, I have messages come in multiple ways, so to pull them up on screen, I have to actually look at it in a different spot. So how can people get involved with United Way?
Yeah, they can go on our website. It's just uwnns.org, but in anywhere across the world, you can just type in unitedway.org and you'll find our international site. And then they have a little Find My United Way button at the top. I think it's like the top right. You just type in your location and it'll find you which United Way is yours. One thing to know is that each United Way, we are independent organizations. So I don't necessarily have somebody at our worldwide headquarters that I report to. I only report to a local board, and that's the same for all of my colleagues. So we are owned and operated by our communities, but this overall brand, they kind of do that air traffic control for all of us. So if you're a caring individual that wants to help in your community, go to the UnitedWay.org website, tell them where you're at. It'll show you which United Way is your United Way. Contact them and they'll help you. They'll help get you set up.
Perfect. And that was all the questions that came in. So I'll hand it back over to you and Adrian, and then we can go ahead and we'll take a short break and be back at the top of the hour. Thank you, Blake, for your talk and also just the work you do.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Mr. Payne, for leading such an impactful session. Your work and your leadership of the United Way, especially your dedication to supporting our youth, is truly inspiring. The care, strategy, and compassion you bring to building stronger communities is something that we all benefit from. I'm in Florida and I'm benefiting from it. So thank you so much. And up right next after the break will be Kyla Lubo on inclusive and affirming practices. So, and remember everyone, when we listen with empathy, we build bridges that last. Thank you. Have a great break.
Oops, I put the timer for 3 minutes. I'm going to go back to the top of the hour. Sorry, everybody. It is actually supposed to be more than 3 minutes. We'll meet at the top of the hour. So give me a second. I'm going to change that. So we're going to be returning back in just a minute. Hopefully people got a chance to grab the restroom. They got something to eat and drink. I realize we're going short on time for today. And we're going to jump back in. And here is Adrian coming back.
Thank you. Welcome back. Welcome back. Our next speaker is Kyla Lupo, head coach, triathlon magician, and Team USA athlete. I had a chance to meet Kyla, so I'm very excited about this. It's very much my honor to introduce someone who truly embodies courage, inclusion, and the power of showing up fully as yourself. By the way, Kyla is the founder of Go Big Life, a community and coaching movement where the only requirement is that you show up as you are, no matter your shape, size, pace, or starting line. And she has completed over 70 multi-sport races, represented Team USA, and has helped countless athletes transform not just their physical abilities, but their mindset, confidence, and belief in what's possible. And she reminds us that you don't have to be fast or fit to be fierce. You just have to show up and go big. Join me in welcoming Kyla Lupo. Kyla, take it away.
Almost forgot to unmute myself. Oh my goodness, Adrian, thank you for such an amazing introduction. You're saying all these lovely things, and I'm like, I wonder who she's talking about. Of course, it's me. First of all, big thanks to Melissa for putting together this event, and We Are the Others. It is an honor to be counted among such amazing, amazing people, presenters, information, and knowledge that is being shared here today. You may think to yourself, a triathlon coach, what in the world does that have to do with anything that We Are the Others might be doing? Triathlon is a very exclusive, exclusionary world. There are so many barriers to getting started in the sport that there's so many people who just don't even start, right? That costs a lot of money. The idea that you have to be a certain level of fitness. We see a lot of white, skinny men. And as a female, not skinny, not male, sorry, although I am white, when I first started in triathlon, I felt totally out of place and realized that if I wanted people to feel welcome and part of things, that I had to be the coach that actually did that actually opened the door and said, please come in and play with me in this amazing space. And that's how I started Team Go Big. We are committed to a radical level of inclusivity, not only in sport, but in the world. I started out sort of in a small idea of like, oh, I'm just going to change what I can change in my little team. And then I realized that people were paying attention and they were looking to me for advice or guidance or help, other coaches on how to have their teams be as welcome and affirming as our team is. And I realized that it's so much more than just being accepted in a sport world. It's being accepted in this entire world, in your entire beautiful self. So every June comes around and we think, oh, it's Pride Month. We should, rainbow everything and let people know we support them and sell all the rainbow merchandise and do all the rainbow things. And I'm here to say that it needs to be Pride the other 11 months of the year as well. And not just necessarily Pride, right? When we think of like Pride Month, we think of queer folks and the LGBTQIA plus community. But we also need to be thinking about how we are including and affirming all of our marginalized groups, right? So let's start at the very beginning, which is a very good place to start. It's one of my favorite musicals. I've got my notes here and it's in the wrong thing. Haha, look at me being prepared. Here it is. Here it is. The first thing I want to ask is what you think the difference between inclusion and affirming is. And there's only like, go ahead and throw that in the chat box. The difference between inclusion and affirming, or being inclusive and being affirming. I'll give you like 10 seconds to type it all out really fast. We should have the Jeopardy theme song.
I went ahead and put the question in there. I know a lot of people are watching the replays on this, so they'll be coming back and answering that.
Awesome. Thank you, Melissa.
Yeah, perhaps.
So inclusion, or being inclusive, is inherently a passive or neutral action, right? We're saying, here's the door, it's open, please come in. Everyone is welcome here at our restaurant, right? Everyone is welcome here in our office building. Everyone is welcome here on our triathlon team, right? Affirming is actually an active thing. A step forward from like, come on in, is you are seen here. You are celebrated here. You are supported here. When we're inclusive, we allow people to participate. When we're affirming, we celebrate their identity and we center our mission statements on that. Inclusive, non-discriminatory, right? And that's where we've come a really, really long way, being non-discriminatory. Affirming is explicitly supportive. So it's really interesting when we talk about creating an inclusive and affirming space, how different inclusive and affirming is. So these are things to think about when you're writing your company's mission or your organization's mission statement, when you're thinking about the language that you're using on your website, the marketing that you're using, right, putting out into the world. Are you passively saying, the door's open, everyone come in? Or are you actively saying, please come in because we see you? Please come in here, we will celebrate you. Please come in, we will support you. So people like to use the two words interchangeably, and they're not interchangeable words. They're different. They have different meanings. You must be inclusive before you can become affirming, though. That is for definite sure. Okay, so four easy tips to become a more inclusive and then affirming space. The very first one is so easy, you're gonna just think, why haven't I been doing it all along? And that is identify your pronouns. When I first started seeing people identify their pronouns, I thought, oh my gosh, that's so cool. I should do that too. And then I took a step back because I'm a cis female and I don't need to identify my pronouns. I'm fine with people assuming what they see and assuming that I'm a she, her, right? But I still felt like it was a thing that I could do. And I reached out to my trans non-binary friends and I said, hey, if I do this, is it a good thing or a bad thing? So I reached out to that community and I said, good, bad, what do you think? And they said, do it, do it, do it. When you identify your pronouns, you tell people, I am a safe person. I am creating a safe space for you to tell me your pronouns and know that I'm going to use them. I'm not going to make an assumption, right? It is really such a simple thing. On every form I fill out, even if there isn't a spot for pronouns, in my last name, it's Kyla Lupo, she, her. On every name tag that I do, every Zoom call that I'm in, you can see inside Zoom, there's a little thing you can do that says identify pronouns. And so you can either put it as your last name, which I used to be able to do, but in Zoom now it explicitly has a put your pronouns and then where you can share it, right? So and if you don't know how to do that, it's really easy. For those of us who are in Zoom right now, you can hover over your own picture, click those 3 dots in the upper right corner and choose rename, and then type in your name with your pronouns at the end of it. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. On any form that you ask people to fill out for your organization, ask them their pronouns and leave a blank space. Don't leave like, choose he, him, or she, her. Like leave a blank space for them to fill that in. People use he, they use she, they use they, which is XEY, they use they use some pronoun that they have created, crafted, or found for themselves that best explains their gender identity. So you want to leave a space for people to be able to fill that in, right? And to be very clear, it is pronouns, not preferred pronouns. That's where we started when we were being inclusive. We asked people their preferred pronouns. Now that we're affirming, they're just pronouns. It's really lovely. One less word for you to have to fill into a form or a standard sheet. If you are putting on a name tag at a conference, you can put your name, and then at the bottom, I put she, her, hers. She, her also works, or he, him, or they, them. The shortened form of it is fine too. It is a super easy, low stress, low confrontation kind of thing to do that lets people know that you're safe, and they can come and talk to you and know that you're safe. And it's almost like a loaded identification, because generally, if you're someone who's identifying your pronouns, you're someone who's comfortable with the queer community, with everything that comes with that, but probably you're also someone who is good, fine, excited about diversity. And I always think of it as, if someone is identifying their pronouns, it means that they're compassionate. And that goes a long way in this day and age, to say, I'm a compassionate human being, because there's so much that isn't, but we won't go there with that. So our second tip is you use gender neutral, non-heteronormative language. All right, let's say that again. Gender neutral, non-heteronormative language. The biggest example of this that people continue to do, because it's just how we learned, how we spent the first 46 years of our life, is we use the word guys when we mean people or folks or y'all. It's like, hey guys, how's everyone doing? That is heteronormative, meaning it's setting heterosexuality as the normal, as it's centering it as what everyone expects. It also reinforces the identity that gender is binary, male, female, guys, gals, like that sort of thing. So some really great things you can say that I've pulled on. I like folks. I like y'all. I've become very Southern in the last 5 to 7 years because I say y'all to everyone. Humans works if you are so inclined. In my world, I say runners or cyclists or swimmers or merfolk instead of mermaids. You can get really, creative's not the right word, but you can get really specific into the world that you and your organization are occupying in using that gender neutral language, right? Unless you are absolutely certain that the person you're speaking to is what they are, use gender neutral language. On the forms that you have people you fill out, use the word spouse instead of husband, wife. Use the word partner. Use the word child. Use the word parent instead of mother, father. The biggest thing I still see is, especially on like school fill out form things, is mother and then space for the name, father and then space for the name. There are so many children in our world who have 2 moms or 2 dads or 2 non-binary people or a non-binary parent and a dad. Like any combination. Go into your emojis on your phone and you'll see all the different combinations that people can be, that parents can be, that spouses can be, that partners can be. Use that non-heteronormative gender neutral language. And of course, it sort of goes with if you are an organization that has a building and spaces and things like that, and if you have the ability to create gender neutral bathrooms, that is also a great, great thing to do. That is, you know, a little step up. That's not as easy as the other tips that we're talking about, but it's definitely something to think about, is how can you take the genderedness of our heteronormative society and just pull it out, right? And it's some things are super easy, some things are a little bit more difficult. All right, our third tip, we are just flying, I'm so excited about it, is you can put a statement on your website, on your organization's website. In my case, I have it on my team's website. I'm going to bring it up and show you what it looks like. So you have to go here and to there. And to show, Melissa, I'm going to share my screen.
Give me just a second. I'm going to go ahead and transfer over here, and we're going to grab your screen right now. There you go.
Awesome. So this is my website. It's where people drop in as sort of their first, when they first see us, right? If you want to go look at it, it's gobig.life. So when you scroll to the bottom of the page, here's all this great stuff about this. We have this great little statement here. Team Go Big stands for a radical level of body inclusivity. We support the right of all people to participate in sport, no matter who they are. We respect your pronouns and your journey. We dismantle diet culture everywhere we can. We believe Black Lives Matter. We believe love is love. We actively stand against hate, bigotry, and systemic prejudice. You are welcome here. You are safe here. You are respected here. You are loved exactly as you are right at this very moment. This is a great way, as you can see, to let people know exactly what the F you stand for. It was so scary for us when we first put it on the website, because I thought for sure there would be people just trolling the internet looking for things like this. And I thought I'm going to get so much email back and it's going to be terrible. And oh my gosh. And you know what it's done is we go to races and we put up a tent and we have a big sign and we say like, hey, come and talk to us. And people will come and talk to me and we'll talk about coaching and being on the team and all that great stuff that we have to offer them. And then they go to the website and they see this. This is at the bottom of every single page of our website. And then they can self-select out. And I can say for sure that there are 5 people that never came back and never spoke to us again. And it was because they saw this and they didn't jive with it, right? So it's a little sort of ballsy in a way to throw it out there. It's a step above identifying your pronouns. So you can throw this on your website. You can take the next big step and throw something like this, perhaps a little shortened version, in the chunk part of your SIG file, your signature file that you would put at the bottom of your email. I don't know, I probably wouldn't put this whole thing because it's sort of long, but I would definitely put, something of it at the bottom of my email so that every person that I email with, every person I correspond with knows exactly where I stand and exactly what I'm about. They know I'm a safe person that they can come to, that they can be real and honest and be their 100% full, beautiful selves with. So of course it has my my little thing is that, you know, you're loved exactly as you are right at this very moment. That is a very Kyla thing to say. You might not want to say that because it might not be a very, you know, Sally thing to say, but it definitely putting your own little spin on it. And just letting people know like this is what we're about over here. And we're not going to tolerate people who aren't on board with this. And so I always say to people, you know, we're having our first meeting and we're chit-chatting, and we get to the point where they want to join the team. And I always say, so have you visited the website? Oh, yes, I totally have. And let me tell you, I loved what you said at the bottom of the page. I'm on board with that. It's really great. Or no, I haven't, in which case I might push them to the website and say, hey, why don't you go in and just take a gander and look at what's there, and then let me know if, you know, what level of team you're willing, you want to join at, right? And then that pushes them to the website. I don't have to have that conversation about whether they're a jerk or not. Sorry, I'm calling it as it is. I have had people who I've had conversations with them. They've been ready to join the team. They've been ready to get on board with me as their coach. I say, have you seen the website? No, I haven't. Will you please go take a look at it and then let me know? And then they disappear. And I think if I put on my business owner hat for a moment, I think that losing a sale to a person that is not in alignment with you and your organization is better than making a sale with someone who doesn't feel right, who isn't in alignment, who doesn't understand that, yeah, we're a triathlon team, but our undercurrent is that we're fighting for equality. And so I've definitely had people that I've missed out being able to work with them and have them on the team because they weren't in alignment with what our team is in alignment for. When I started putting this kind of stuff out, it wasn't as big a deal whether or not someone was a jerk and they joined the team. But we have trans athletes on our team now. We have blind athletes on our team. We have queer athletes on our team. And if you're not in alignment with this statement, you're going to be very uncomfortable in our space. And I don't want anyone to be uncomfortable, whether you're a jerk or not, right? So putting something like this on your organization's website, reiterating it on your social media from time to time, is just a really great way to take one more step and let people know in a passive way, you're safe and this is what you're about. Our last tip is to cultivate a community of resources. And that's kind of what we're doing right here at We Are the Others. We're cultivating a community of resources. If someone comes to your organization and they are non-binary, would you know how to help them? Would you know how to get them answers to questions that are very specific towards non-binary people? For example, where the nearest gender-neutral bathroom is. And in our case, as a triathlon team of people who do races, where the race category is male or female, I had to do a lot of research into all the different things that race directors can do, to be more open to non-binary athletes, and cultivate a community of resources, mostly other athletes and coaches that understand how all of it works. One of the big things that people love is they love to race and be really competitive and qualify for more stuff, right? And that's actually how I was on Team USA, or I am on Team USA. And I traveled to Spain and Australia as a triathlete representing Team USA, which I think of as the Olympics, but for like regular people. And it's super fun, and I'm honored that I was able to be part of the team, but there's a whole qualification process that happens. And if you're non-binary, there isn't a category for you. So where do we register our non-binary athletes? How do we muddle our way through that? And I have connections at USA Triathlon. I have connections at World Triathlon, which is like the overarching thing, so that I know what to tell my athletes what to do, right? A blind athlete joined my team. I was like, this is great. I'm so excited. I have no idea what the rules are like for blind athletes. Paratriathlon is a very nuanced sport. And so I immediately started calling people, started sending emails, and found the person who's the head of paratriathlon coaching for USA Triathlon. And they said, yeah, hey, no worries. Ask me any questions that you want. Did you know we have a coaching certification? Like, here's a great website to start with. So I've cultivated a community of resources. What if someone has modesty issues with their clothing for their religious reasons and needs some special guidance for that? Either they wear a head covering, or in some cases, when we wear our workout gear, it can be a little skimpy because we're getting hot and very sweaty. And so, we see people who run with their top off, and some people who, just like me, just compete in like a sports bra and some stretchy pants because it's hot, right? Well, not everyone can have that level of modesty. People for religious reasons need more coverage. And there are certain races where, especially swim races, where like you can't have a shirt that goes beyond your shoulders. So for modesty reasons, I have to get a special exemption for it, and like all of these things. Well, I had to figure all that out. Fortunately, I was figuring it out at the same time that USA Triathlon was figuring it out. And so they were able to create some guidelines. I was able to watch from the sidelines as they created those guidelines. And now there are workout gear companies who make stuff for those modesty requiring people, right? It's really great. And they're beautiful, beautiful stuff. Like if they stay cool, but they're still totally covered up head to toe as they need to be. It's very cool. But if someone came to your organization with something like that, something that they needed for a religious reason, would you know where to go, who to ask, what to do about that? Or would you be able to figure it out, right? We can be welcoming for everyone when we have a great community of resources. And again, I really feel like We Are the Others is a great, not only is it amazing for what it does and its mission statement, but for me, I look at it as an amazing community of resources. I can pick up the phone, call Melissa, say, hey, I have XYZ problem. She's gonna say, Kyla, I know exactly who you should talk to. You should call Jamie. You should call Blake. You should call Adrian. They're gonna have those answers for you, right? Take time to find your supportive community so that you can be the best person for the people that walk in your door. You don't have to be everything to everyone. No one's asking you to be everything to everyone, but knowing where you can go for help and support so that you can make everyone feel like they are seen, heard, loved, respected. Bonus tip number 5. This is the easiest one. Be a good person. Strive to treat every other person with the same level of respect and dignity that you would want for yourself. When we let ourselves be guided by being a good person, everything else sort of falls into place. When we think about how we would want to be treated, how we would want to be respected and have dignity in what we're doing, when we think about what we would want, and then we're able to extend that to the person that has come to us for support or help or work with the organization or that sort of thing, I think that's when we really become inclusive and affirming for all those people who walk in our door. Those are my 4 tips, and I would love to answer any questions that anyone has, as well as to let you know I am available to help you figure out how you do this for your organization, how you write that statement that goes on your website. I'm happy to look at forms that you have and help you write them to be gender neutral. Like all that kind of stuff. I really love doing it. And I am more than willing to help out anyone who needs that sort of support. You can reach me through my website, teamgobig.life, or gobig.life works as well. There's a way to get on my calendar and we can have a chat. And you can also send me an email. This is a little bit more difficult though. It's Kyla, Kyla, at gobig.life. Not gobig.com or gobig.life.com, gobig.life. Yeah. So questions. Do we have any questions, Melissa?
We've had a couple, and I'm going to come back up here.
Oh, good.
So I'm going to go ahead and pull myself up here. So I'm going to be a little selfish because I'm normally
No, I want to see your lovely
yes.
face.
Well, and I'm normally not the selfish person to come in and like, oh, but I actually want to do this. So for those of you who are watching and listening right now, actually, I'm going to do this so I can go side by side here with Kyla on this just for a moment. Hang on. Changing camera to me. Yep, there we go. I gotta make sure I have the right one. So
I love all this technology you're using, by the way. I'm so impressed.
Yes. Oh, a very special thank you to Ecamm. So Ecamm Live has been working with us behind the scenes to get this all set up, and they are very much coming aboard, and they're going to be partners and whatnot with What Aware or the others. So those of you who don't know, who like this is the first time you've met Kyla and everything, I want to share with her when she first had this idea. We were at an event, and yes, so it's more of it's a personal thing, and she shared this idea, and she had this moment of hesitation of like, do I share this? Do I not share this? This is kind of lean on my heart. And I remember her talking about this, and here I am. I am not a triathlon person. I was much more overweight. So I had I'm fluffy. I've got multiple disabilities. And when I say multiple disabilities, I just literally had my 5th spine surgery. I've had 29 surgeries. So I don't run. I'm like the clop if I have to run. I swim for like joy, nothing. I'm like the whole anything competitive just wasn't even in my wheelhouse. And when she first was sharing this idea, and her and I were actually having a thing, and she was like, I want people to feel like everybody is welcome, no matter where you are with your body shape and your size and your ability, that anybody and everybody can do this, and they can do it for what fits for them. And it just really touched me to go like, what if we actually had a space in a world where people are all being accepted? They're all being welcome. And when we started What Aware the others, Adrienne and Kyla are both part of our founding 100, which means they were our first 100 people who joined our community. And we were having this, Kyla and I were having this conversation, and it was like sharing about, we wanted to be able to create a community of solidarity. So anybody who is any kind of a vulnerable population would feel seen, secure, safe, and supported. And I actually get the 4 of those. I put them in different orders all the time, but it's those 4 pillars.
Beautiful.
And hearing you talk about this, like when you first were brought up here, I was going, wait a minute, are we inclusive or are we affirming? I want to be affirming, but are we really affirming? And I thought that was really just a great feedback for all of us to go, okay, self-awareness check. Are we actually being affirming or inclusive or neither? Where are we, if you were to think of this as a spectrum of how are we showing up, and how can we be more of one or the other? Or, be more of what we desire and how we want to show up in the world for ourselves, but also for our fellow neighbors. And as we're here with this United Voices Summit, that we do want anybody, no matter your political background, your religious background, your sexual orientation, your immigration status, we see you as our fellow neighbors, and we want you to know that you are here, seen, secure, supported, safe, and welcome. And even in our logo, if you look at the shape of our logo, we have a shield as well as a heart and a star, to be a light in the world. So that's my little sideline. Just wanted to throw that out there because it gives a little bit of a background. It's like that. Yes, Aaron, I've had 29 surgeries, and I actually just found out I'm going to be having one more spine surgery, but that one, hopefully it's yeah. Anyhow. So I fall into the category as somebody who has disabilities, and that took a lot of work for me to even be open and talk about that I have disabilities.
Yeah.
But that's okay. That's part of who I am, but it's not all of who I am. Okay, so getting over to the important part of questions. So I got to close this thing up here because I need to change my scene. So questions. Let's see. One of the ones that came up was sent to me. I know where this one came from. So I'm going to give a preface first. Kyla already knows this because we've had this conversation, and then this person sent me a message about this. So when I was posting about the summit, and I had a picture of Kyla, and I had a little description of her talk, and I ran social media ads. I had paid ads, and there were some people who saw these paid ads who made some not lovely comments. I'm just going to put it that way.
Yeah.
So, I reported them into the system. I blocked them, deleted the messages, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And even just did a post about we stand for people to be who they are. And I made a post about that. So I thought this was interesting. This question just came in and of course it's little. So give me a second. How do you respond to people who struggle with inclusivity? So
such a great question. And it's true. I wrote this talk is based off of an article that I wrote for USA Triathlon about making your club and your team more inclusive and affirming. And they ended up having to take down the social media posts because it just got filled with hate and vitriol about just everything that had to do with it, right? And so that's not what I would have done. I don't think I would have deleted the post. I had started going in and responding and asking people things like, what is your experience in the triathlon world? What led you to feel like we shouldn't be inclusive? And then they took the post down, and so I never really got to do the education in the thing. It really depends on where I try to find where people's struggle comes from, right? Like if you're anti-inclusivity, is it just because you feel that people are getting an advantage that you're not getting because you're the majority? Is it that that ultimately you're uncomfortable with transgender people, and so your sort of gut reaction is to say no because you're uncomfortable with that, right? Or have you just been filled with mis or disinformation? Throwing back to one of our previous speakers.
Jamie and Farrell, exactly.
Yeah. So that you don't actually understand or know about what's going on in that world. So really trying to get to the root of where the struggle comes from, and then to address that honestly, wholeheartedly, open-mindedly, to say like, okay, well, let's pull that apart then, and not be, like, oh, well, you're so stupid to believe that, or oh, well, let me tell you why you're wrong, mister. Like, just with compassion, help them to understand that people aren't getting an advantage. They're just getting equal, right? And so just those little sharing with them science about transgendered athletes, or being able to say, this isn't about men competing in women's sports. it's about women competing in women's sports and things like that. So really just trying to get to the nugget of where that struggle or that uncomfortableness comes from.
Makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, let's see what else. Oh, this was actually my personal question, so I threw this in there. What were some of the modifications and adaptations that were made for different people? You know, you mentioned the blind, clothing, binary. Just kind of curious because as we have a lot of people who, hence we are the others, and others is we are made up of a wide variety of different backgrounds and ways of showing up in the world. I'm just curious what they did for the triathlon space to help those.
Right. So let's start with blind athletes, or athletes who are blind, or athletes who are deaf. They race with something called a guide. And they are in some way, shape, or form tethered to that other person for the entirety of the race. And when they're on the bike, they ride
they've got a buddy to go along with them the whole
pretty
way?
much.
Oh.
The whole way. They'll ride a tandem bike, a bicycle built for two, and the sighted person will ride up front. And then, they have like a little, almost like a bungee cord that they hold between them when they're running. And the guide has been trained to know how to interact with that athlete, to be able to say like, hey, there's a pothole on the right, or hey, there's a leaf on the left, or to pick the best path for the running. They do a very similar thing with swimming, but they use nonverbal cues because it's hard to talk when you're swimming. And I am fascinated. I am fascinated with my blind athlete and her guide, because I just think like I have enough trouble swimming myself, and swimming is my strongest of the three. I couldn't imagine doing it if I was blind. I just, how do you put all your trust into that person? And yeah. And then a bicycle built for two always just seems like fun. And people often say that's their favorite part of a triathlon, of an adapted triathlon, or an adaptive triathlon, is that they're not lonely because they're always with someone else on the bike. And so they form different cues and ways to talk or interact with each other, depending on the blind, whether someone is blind or deaf or those sorts of things. And then of course there's like a whole other para-triathlon world for people who have different limbs missing, or we just started doing something called adaptive triathlon, which deals with or handles those folks who have mental disabilities. And so, yeah, so that's really, really interesting, because there's like 7 or 10 different categories of para-triathlon. And now we're creating the same thing, but for folks with mental disabilities. So, which previously the only people that did that were Special Olympics. So now we're like, hey, we need to sort of be in that as well. The Special Olympics is very small. There's like one chapter in all of Florida that does triathlon. And we really want everyone to be able to be part. As for clothing and Modesty Clothing, there's a couple companies that make specialized triathlon suits that go all the way down to your wrists, all the way up to your neck, have a little head covering thing that goes around. They go all the way down to your ankles. They look so beautiful. I mean, oh my goodness. They're like, the kits are gorgeous. And there's at least 2 companies I know of that make them, and they worked hand in hand with women to make them. They use all the fancy Italian water wicking, super fast fabrics that we use for, our regular stuff. And so it's just a matter of
to support their religious and cultural backgrounds.
Yeah, exactly. Non-binary athletes is like a whole
other topic.
A whole thing. Yeah, because it feels like every different race, like, and we're talking like from the little race that's around the corner from my house, to the big race that's there, to the Ironman race, to the World Triathlon race, to like all these different things. It feels like they all have their own way of dealing with non-binary or transgendered female athletes. I think I can say pretty carefully with a sweeping hand that we are stepping backwards in that. they are making mistakes about how we're handling, especially how we're handling transgendered female athletes. And it's really a shame to see that we made a lot of headway and now we're stepping back. No, 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 no. Those were the wrong things to do. And it's very frustrating for that. Yeah.
Got it. Thank you very much for answering all these questions. And I'm just a final thing that actually I think is interesting is people coming into this session probably just thought it was like, oh, you know, it's about affirming and inclusion, and they're going to be thinking it's about sexual orientation or something like that. And here you are, and we're talking about disabilities and religious preferences and things like that. And so, how we oftentimes as society and individuals may make a assumption about something, and there's so much more to coming from that. So thank you, Kyla. Is there anything you want people to stay in contact with? I have your email we put on the thing and your website. Any final thoughts or anything like that you want to share?
That is great. I want to say again, just a really, really big thank you to Melissa. To dovetail on her story, Go Big wouldn't exist if she didn't have that conference all those years ago, where I birthed that idea in that room with all those people. And I'm getting goosebumps thinking about it. And so then to sort of come back around and speak here for her other event and amongst all these amazing people, it feels like home. It feels really lovely. So I hope everyone enjoyed that and continues to enjoy all the other amazing presenters that we have going on. And yeah, it was great to be here. Thank you so much.
All right. So we're going to be able to wrap up here and be able to give a little bit of a longer break, which will be nice. People can go grab something to eat. And I'm going to hand this back real quick over to Adrienne for just a moment.
Yes, I'm just going to take a minute. You know, Kyla, I hope just stay there for 1 second. My mom always told me something that stuck with me. She always said, call people by their name. Don't assume, don't label, just ask, and then say their name with kindness. And she never taught me to use pronouns. I was told not to, not because she wasn't supportive, but because she believed names were how we honored people's identity and humanity. And I think about that a lot in moments like this when we're learning how to see each other more clearly and include more fully. And sometimes the smallest acts, like using someone's chosen names, to me could be the biggest steps towards self-respect. So thank you so much, Kyla, for your boldness, your honesty, your fierce commitment to inclusion. And you reminded me and all of us that showing up as we are is not only enough, it's powerful. And your message isn't just for athletes. It's for anyone who ever felt like they didn't belong, who's ever questioned if they were too much or not enough. So thank you for giving us permission to go big. Enjoy the time. We'll be back right at the top of the hour. Thank you, everyone. Have a little break.
All right. See you guys in an hour. We are almost done. We're wrapping up our break time. So finish what you're doing, grab something to drink if you haven't, and we're going to get started in just a moment. And Adrian will back here, and we get to welcome Marie, which I'm excited about. So it'll be just a few moments.
All right, Melissa, we are at 4 o'clock. Well, Eastern time. I'm in Florida. Welcome. Marie, is it Marie or is that how would you like to go with Marie?
Marie, yes.
All right, awesome. So let me just introduce you, if that's okay. Our next speaker is a powerhouse of strategy, impact, and heart. Please help me welcome Marie Sanchez, the founder of Frontier Solutions, LLC, a consulting firm helping nonprofits, public agencies, and community-minded businesses turn big ideas into real sustainable results. And with over a decade in public service, Marie brings deep expertise in federal grant management capacity, building, community center policy development. Her leadership.
Wrong. We got. So Marie,
we're gonna go back.
And Maita swap times. So
oh, they did swap the times. Oh my gosh, my system didn't pick it up correctly. I'm so sorry.
So this is
let me grab
what
that.
is totally lovely is because we are humans and humans are not amazingly perfect. We're perfect in our own amazingly way that we don't get everything 100% right all the time. So yes, we're going to go ahead and we're going to give the correct introduction to Marie. and
I am so sorry.
No, it happens. It happens. And actually, it all comes back to I initially had the fault that Marie, who is part of the police department, is working tomorrow. And I put her down for tomorrow, and it was my error to begin with. So we're going to get this situated. We'll get this, and we're going to just do like the Etch-a-Sketch. You take it, you draw on it doesn't work. You shake it, and you start fresh. So we're going to do a shaky. And whenever you're ready, we'll do with a clean slate and start again.
I love it. Let me grab the correct one because I did not get that. I mean, I got it, but it's my fault.
Yep.
But anyways, thank you so much. Let me pull that out. So we have Marie here. Very excited and very lovely to meet you too. And so, hold on. I'm so sorry, Melissa. Do you have it?
Yep,
with you because I want to make sure.
I'll go ahead and I can do it right here. I have it. So
oh no, I have it. Oh, and I want to read this one. Born into a bicultural family, Marie was born in the Pacific Northwest, but grew up in Guadalajara, Mexico. She later moved to South Texas to live with her mother and later met her husband. Marie's first career was in the airline industry, and she relocated from Austin, Texas to the Bay Area with a job promotion. Maria's stay there was brief, and she and her family moved to Reno in 2000. And as a lifelong learner, Marie has pursued and achieved many of her goals. This has led to a 10-year airline career, 4 years as a medical technician, 12-year career as a truck driver, and on to her current career with the Reno Police Department. Along the way, she has also written for local newspapers and is a published author of 4 novels. Since making Nevada her home, Marie has actively sought ways to become more connected with and help her community. She volunteers on several local boards. Marie also enjoys family time with her husband, their son and daughter-in-law, spoiling the grandkids, planting fairy gardens, and singing classic rock and roll loudly and off-key while riding her car. It is such an honor to meet you. Thank you so much for your service and your sacrifice. Take it away, Marie.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to make sure, is the volume okay? Can you guys hear me okay? Okay.
Yes, you sound great.
You are great.
Well, I just wanted to say that thank you for the opportunity to speak with this group today. I met Melissa a few months ago and we got to talking, and she was telling me about the organization that she was pivotal in forming, called We Are the Others, because I do have such an interest in our community that came from working on the past couple of elections and in just my career with the police department. I come across people in our community that really need help and don't know where to go to for that help. And it was really interesting because I was talking to my adult son, who is also in public service, about how I would love to see Washoe County or Northern Nevada put together some kind of resource where nonprofit organizations that reach out to the community to help them, and other agencies also within the government that are meant to help the public, have them all in one place. And Melissa was telling me that that's exactly what she's putting together. Because we see that all the time. I mean, at my job at the police department, we do have a victim services unit, but what they're able to do is somewhat limited. And they do have lists of resources that are available, but I come to find out that sometimes one resource group doesn't know about another resource group, who doesn't know about a nonprofit, who doesn't know about another organization. And I'm finding that there's help all over the place in these little pockets, but I would love to see it all in one place. And I was so excited to find out that that's exactly what We Are the Others is trying to put together. But I also feel like what I see in Reno, unfortunately, since I have lived here for the past 25 years, is an increase in crime, unfortunately, an increase in people struggling. And I feel like we need to build our community and share with each other this help in getting the word out to people that need this help. And I feel like one thing that we've lost in not just in this community, but in this country, is the connectedness that comes with being active in our neighborhoods and as people on the smaller scale, because we can do so much. I mean, it's hard to solve the big problems, but we can solve the smaller problems that are within our control. And I was telling Melissa, I saw this recently at a call for service that I had in my own neighborhood. Somebody's home was broken into, and in my job, I responded to that to take the police report. And as I was talking to this gentleman, come to find out that I asked him if anything strange had been going on in his neighborhood, because he did have a Ring doorbell. And he says it was very strange that a man that he doesn't even know came and knocked on his door or rang his doorbell, his Ring doorbell. And it was somebody he didn't know, so he didn't answer it. And he thought it was very odd. And then the next day he finds out that his house was burglarized. And there was one thing that he said that was very strange is that an RV trailer, like a fifth wheel, had been parked at the end of his street that was not there before, and he found it kind of strange. So I went to check on that RV and came to find out it was stolen. So I did call for backup and to have it checked out, because you need backup if you're going to go inside a structure like that. But what I found quite wonderful is that when the other officers showed up and neighbors got to see that something was happening at this location, people came up and they had noticed this. They had thought it was strange that people that they didn't know from their street had come and dropped this trailer. And some of them wrote down the license plate number of the cars, of the trucks that came and dropped it. They had a description of the people that brought it. Somebody took pictures. So I feel like we need more of those nosy neighbors in our community, people to be looking out for each other. because with their information, we were able to investigate this crime further than if people had just stayed behind doors, didn't get the information, didn't make it their business to know what was going on their street. And I thought that this was exactly what we need in our community, and not just for things like that, but keeping an eye out for, each other's kids like we did in the, not long ago. Which I can say, where I live, my grandkids used to live on the street when they were a lot smaller, but they played with the neighborhood kids. When people say kids don't play out in the street with each other anymore, I'm like, well, that's not true. My grandkids do that. But we kept an eye on each other's kids when they were out there playing in the street. It's a cul-de-sac, it's safe, but we need more of that, of knowing that if we go out of town, we can tell our next door neighbor, hey, keep an eye on my house. Of, seeing a next door neighbor maybe struggling because they're getting older and helping them if they need it. We need to hold on to that, because it's the thing that makes us human, that keeps us connected to each other and helping each other. And as I said, We Are the Others is taking that a step further, because when we do need help, we also need the resources, and we need to have a way of making that connectiveness. And I kind of, after my career in truck driving, I got to say that when I was truck driving, I was very separated from community, because I spent most of my time on the road, living in my truck, driving all over the country, and not at home. And it was like I went from seeing Reno in this one way, 12 years later, after living on the truck, Reno had grown, and I had missed so much of that because I wasn't home. And I, suddenly was living back at the house, not driving a truck anymore, in a new career, and it wasn't the same city that I knew. And I needed to get reconnected to it, which is why I've come to sit on so many boards. One of them is my neighborhood advisory board. I know my city councilman well, and I try to keep up what's going on in the city of Reno. I try to attend commissioner meetings to know what's going on in my county, because the only way that we can be a part of the solution is knowing what's going on. And that's by being involved, whether it's just talking to your neighbors or taking it a step further and getting involved in what's going on, local government, or, going even further and running for office. But I feel like we need to be part of what makes things better. Sitting at home and complaining about it and posting angry posts on social media is not going to bring about solutions. It takes active involvement. I'm not really sure what happens from here. Is there going to be a question and answer thing after this? Because I've kind of been just talking.
Yeah, it's okay. I'll go ahead and, can you hear me, by the way? Just want to make sure my sound's going through.
I cannot hear very well.
Can you hear me now?
It's really low.
Interesting. Check in with everybody else. Melissa here. Can you guys hear me?
I hope everybody else was able to hear me.
Yeah, I'm able to hear you. So
No, you sound great. You sound great.
okay.
Melissa's just a little lower.
Okay. So can you guys hear me now? Is that better?
That's
Much
better.
better.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Just move closer to the mic. Okay. So here's what I can do, because you and I have had some delightful conversations. So we've got some question answers, but if you want, I'm going to just go ahead and just ask you some questions to start out with, and maybe people can chime in with some questions as well. Just kind of, and actually, I'm just going to do this. I'm going to cheat.
I don't know if you're moving away from the mic, but I'm having a little bit harder time again.
Okay. Can you hear me now? I'm going to come up here so you and I'm going to come on camera just so I can talk with you. Okay. Can you hear me now? We good?
I can hear you better.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is weird. I'm looking at my sound volume and everything. It's showing good, so I'm not sure what's going on, and I'm literally right here by the thing. So you're working currently with the police department. So what would be some advice that you would tell someone just to kind of like something to look out for. And let's pick a topic. If somebody, what's something that would kind of be like some red flags, and, use the words being a nosy neighbor in a good way, though. What would be some warning signs or some symptoms or things to kind of keep an eye out for if we saw somebody going through distress? Maybe there's some abuse going on, maybe in a home or with a neighbor, elderly abuse, physical abuse, emotional abuse. What would maybe be something that, like, if we saw something and we may not even realized we were seeing something, what could we kind of keep an eye out for?
Well, as far as like elder abuse or domestic abuse, usually there are quite evident signs. The fighting, we do get a lot of calls for domestic violence. It's a little bit easier like when people live in apartment complexes, because they usually hear it next door or above them or below them or something, where they hear the screaming or they hear the hitting through the walls. Definitely something like that, call those in. We do get those calls. And when people live in homes and neighborhoods, it might be a little bit more difficult, because depending which type of neighborhood you live in, if the houses are closer together, you might hear it. Whereas if you live where there's a lot of yard space between you, you might not hear it. But don't be afraid to call, because even if the police come in and check on it and they find out it was people roughhousing or something, but at least they can check it, because if there is fighting going on, there's usually quite evident if they come to the door, the bloody nose or the black eye or something. The one thing that I will say, which is a kind of unfortunate thing that a lot of people don't realize is, and domestic abuse or violence is a real thing, is if it's the person's first time being interviewed by the police and they determine that it is justified and they do get arrested for abusing a spouse or somebody that they're in a relationship with, it's a misdemeanor crime. Mm-hmm. It's not even a felony. It's a misdemeanor. And it doesn't become a felony unless something substantial happens, such as maybe a broken orbital, bone, mm-hmm. or they were actually choking them.
Wow.
But if it's just leaving bruises, that's actually a misdemeanor.
Wow.
And I don't know if that's something that can be changed, or if the criteria, can be changed. That would probably be something that would have to be changed in the law, because right now, per NRS, that's what it is. And I think it goes back because it's such an old law that back in the day, as women, we were valued less, and it wasn't considered a serious thing to beat up your wife or girlfriend. Mm-hmm. And that's unfortunate. When I got into this career and found out about that, I was shocked, but it definitely do it. So, if you hear it, if you're suspicious, they can check and find out whether it's warranted or not, confirm your suspicions, or find out that, oh, yeah, nothing's going on here, nothing to see. Elder abuse is also something that, and it's not just physical, but there are people who are predators who do go out and become friends with elderly people who are on a fixed income and take advantage of them to where they've moved into their home. Taken over their finances, and basically live off of this elderly person's income and in their home, because this elderly person doesn't have family or friends that they're connected to that are there to protect them from these people. And they encounter them like at the casinos, start chatting them up and become friends with them. And the next thing you know, you're dealing with a neighbor who comes in and says, there's some people living in my neighbor's house and it's really weird. They look suspicious. And they've reported them. And if that had never happened, we might not even find out that this is going on, because we do find that there's a lot of elderly people in the community that If they have any family, they live out of state and they don't know what's going on and they don't ask for help, or they don't have a good relationship with their family, or they don't have anybody. They never had kids. You find these elderly people that never had kids, and they get taken advantage of. And sometimes if they don't have some kind of a mental illness that makes them vulnerable, if they really think these people are their friends and don't want to press charges, sometimes our hands can be tied if there's no way of us proving that they didn't want to have that friendship and didn't want to have this person's help. Sometimes they're willing just to have somebody in their life, that they think is a friend, even if that person's taking advantage of them.
So let me turn the question a little bit different, from a different angle. Let's say I may be suspecting something, maybe I heard something, maybe something just looked a little off, or just maybe a little bit uncomfortable. But I don't know if I should contact the police because I don't want to get into somebody's business. It's their thing. I don't want to be an inconvenience. What would be something you would say to that person who had that moment of, that just wasn't quite right, or something just didn't feel right to me? What would you tell that person who's potentially witnessed something?
Well, without more specifics, there are a couple of things, like calling the police isn't always calling 911. The police department does have a non-emergency number, which is 775-334-2677, and the 2677 spells out COPS, which is a non-emergency number.
And by the way, that's here for our area. So for people who are listening,
that's for Reno.
Yeah, if they're not here in Reno or Washoe County or Nevada, you're going to have a different number.
That's just for Reno PD. But the other agencies, Sparks PD and Washoe County, they also have their non-emergency numbers. They also, Reno does have, I don't know if you've heard of Reno Direct.
Mm-mm. So what is Reno Direct?
Reno Direct is I think you can actually send that by email or by phone, and it is on the City of Reno's website, but it's called Reno Direct, and that's to report things that, like you said, and it includes things from abandoned cars, that you feel like, okay, there's all these cars on my street and they're growing cobwebs, they're covered in dust, and we want them removed, but nobody's driving them. You can report that to Reno Direct. Or, like you said, we have an ongoing problem that we have an abandoned house on our street, a house that's vacant, and I think unhoused people are living in it, and they're breaking the windows or they're destroying the house. You can send that to Reno Direct because it's not an emergency at the moment, but it's something that you want to make the city aware of or the police department aware of. And so if you send in these problems that you see or these things that don't seem right, then Reno Direct sends them to the proper agency. So if it's like a tree that's hanging over and blocking a stop sign, so people keep missing that stop sign, then that will go to the proper city agency to come back and trim back that tree. But if it's something that's maybe police related, then it will get related to the police department, and then we get emails on those to go check them out while we're out patrolling. Okay. So that can be done as well.
Excellent.
And kind of going back to some of the things that I see, which I think is great that you guys are doing, is we have sometimes these things that we aren't aware of what's going on. Like one of the things that I take a lot of are runaway reports, and they're not really so much runaway reports as often it's teenagers that are in the foster care system and they're living in group homes and they don't like the restrictions of the group homes. So they break the rules of the home and leave in the middle of the night, and then they find out that they're gone and they get reported as a runaway because the group home's obligated to report somebody in their care who's taken off. And I, just becoming more aware of what's going on in our community, have found out that a number of our unhoused population are young people who age out of the foster care system. And I became concerned about what kind of resources or what kind of direction are these group homes giving these kids? Are they talking to them about learning a trade, maybe going to Job Corps and learning a trade? Or are they talking to them about going to college? And with these children not having, parents providing a college fund or something, how would they go to college? And I ended up talking to TMCC, and I found out that TMCC actually does have a program for teenagers in the foster care system to go on to college, and they have resources for them to be able to get their degree, which I did not know about until I asked. And that's one of the things that I was thinking, that we need to have this information out there for them. And do these group homes provide this information to them?
Yeah.
You know? And so it's a matter of looking at the society outside of our little bubble of the home that we live in, of me, my husband, my grandchildren, my kids, and look at other people in my community that don't have, the loving family or the parents encouraging them to go to college, but looking at the other children in our community, and do we have the resources for them? Because just because they don't have the families that a lot of us do they know about the opportunities that are out there for them given their special circumstances? And I was talking to Jeremy this morning about that, and I asked him, do you know if that got added to your resource thing, the TMCC? Have you guys talked to TMCC?
No.
He goes, I don't know, but I'm definitely going to talk to Melissa about that.
And
Yeah.
you brought up something which we're inviting people to come join our community. And join our community doesn't cost, there's no cost at all to join. We are the Others Watto. There's various ways that people can contribute to the collective community. And you just shared one of the most wonderful ways somebody can contribute. And that's like, I know of this resource, or I heard of this. Add it to our pot and our collection so that we can continue to get the word out about those things. Or if somebody comes in with a situation, we know that resource is available. And it's all of us as a collective mind being able to contribute together. So I think that's just, and I'm going to think of Kyla, who spoke right before you, of, where there may be vulnerable populations or people who may have challenges or needs, or who, are why we have that, we're a community of solidarity, that they even know our resources are there. So there's, you spoke on that. So that actually, I just want to say thank you for talking to Jeremy about that. Jeremy's on our board, by the way, for those of you who are listening or watching. And this is literally how we continue to grow collectively as a society. So thank you very much for that. Something I want to circle back on that it made me think, if somebody is going through a form of abuse, and maybe they're not in they don't have the necessarily resources where they can like move out of somebody's home, or that, financially or whatever it may be. They're in the situation. And I say that from a very personal space. My mom was in a very abusive situation, and trying to get out of that was not an easy process. There was a time when the police were contacted. Actually, there were several times, but let's call it the first time. The police were contacted and they came to the house, and my mom's like, everything's fine. Nothing's going on. And I'm just going to say, fast forward a couple visits from the police later, there was a shooting at my house. So things escalated in the scenario. What would be something you would tell someone who's in a situation where they're scared, or they're, that they are going through abuse or anything along those lines, that they can communicate to somebody maybe who comes to the door or stops by and does a check-in of them, that doesn't say, hey, this person's doing this to me, but it's a way that they can communicate to police department to let them know, I need help, or anybody who can recognize I need help, without alerting the person who's causing the distress or problem. Does that make sense, my question?
Okay, I think I missed some of that, but I think you're basically asking, what can we tell somebody who's going through this kind of abuse, and what kind of help can we provide?
Well, let me back up. So, yes and no. Like, I heard if there's an emergency and I'm in a situation and I call 911, I can pretend to order a pizza. And they know when you're ordering a pizza that I can't say something because I've got someone here or the situation is dangerous. But I need a pizza delivered at this address. It lets the person on 911 know that, I'm sorry, hit the microphone, I need help, but I can't say I need help because they can ask questions on their side. But the person who may be in the room at, where I'm making the phone call, I'm not tipping my hat that I'm calling for help. Does that make sense?
I'm still having such a hard time hearing, but here's what I do know, at least from working for the police department. If somebody is in an abusive relationship, we do generally have our victim service unit contact them, because our victim services can generally, if they need to get out of the home temporarily, and I don't think that they can really find them like permanent housing, but they can get them temporarily away and separated from the abuser. They do have that as a resource. The person who is being hurt or abused is also given information on how to obtain a protection order, and including an emergency protection order. And that we actually are required, if we ever take a report of somebody who's in a domestic situation where they're being hurt, we are required to provide them with that information on getting a protection order. It's a victim's information form that we are required to provide. It's something we have to do. And it does have the information on how to contact the court to get the protection order, including an emergency protection order if they need that. But it is up to the victim, though, to do that. But our victim services people can help them in filling that out. And I've seen cases where that has been done, where they've sat down and showed them how to complete the form for requesting that protection. Since I don't work in our victim services unit, I'm not sure what all the follow-up is on that. But one of the things that I would love to do is connect our victim services unit to We Are the Others organization, because I do know that there's only so much that the victim services unit at the police department can do. They kind of have these resources that are provided through the city, through the police department. But sometimes the resources that people in this situation need expand beyond that, and there's more involved in their life than just, I'm in a bad relationship. There's sometimes more going on. And I feel like, and this goes back to our original conversation, I've been finding out that there's so many other organizations out there trying to help people in our community, and some people know about them and others do not. And I like the idea of a place where we can just go and say, okay, I need help with housing, or I need help with school, or I need help with putting food on my table. What nonprofits are out there providing this kind of assistance? And they can go to that list. But as far as immediate help, I do know that our victim services unit, if this person's afraid to go home or fears for themselves or for their children or something, they will get them a temporary place to stay. I don't think they really have options or resources to find a permanent place. And that's a big problem, not just here, but in other cities, where people just cannot afford to get up and move out of a difficult situation. People just can't. I couldn't. If I had to move out of my house tomorrow, I would be in a pickle, We just don't have that. And some people, especially if they don't have a job, it's even harder, and a lot of times people in this situation, especially if they have small kids, may not even have a job. But they can get them the temporary help they need, and they can get them the information on getting a protection order. And that's like an immediate protection for them. But there's always that need for the follow-up. What do they do after 2 or 3 days go by? Then what do they do? And that's where we as a community need to see where we can help people, and see if there's a nonprofit out there, or see if there's a government agency that can help them and step in. And that's where we need the list of resources. That's why we need that.
Perfect. Adrienne also had a question, so I'm going to go ahead and change the camera over to her so she can get back on. And she's going to go in and ask. Adrienne, it's yours.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you, Marie. for sharing your journey and the heart you bring to public service and your message about community connection and being good neighbors. It's so important, reminding us that trust starts right with relationships and not enforcement. I do want to ask you a timely question. There's been a lot of national discussion about the president's recent executive order focused on cleaning up the streets, called Ending Crime and Disorder on America's Streets. From your perspective within law enforcement, how do you see this impacting your department's work, particularly around balancing safety with compassion and the needs of the vulnerable population?
The
Great
one thing
question.
that I can say about, and I can't speak for the other agencies such as Washoe County and Sparks, obviously, although I think Reno Police Department does work really well with the other agencies. And I feel that at least when it comes to our local agencies, that I can say for Reno is very focused on community policing, what we call community policing. And our police chief, I know, Police Chief Nance, she is trying to be proactive about working in the community and making sure that our police reflect these community values. I know that we get training in bias training. We get training in what's called verbal judo, which is speaking to people in a way that isn't the old school policing, like, show me your driver's license, registration, get out of the car, all that ugly kind of stuff, but talking to people with respect, even if the person is clearly breaking the law, it does not mean you need to be disrespectful to another human being.
Oh, love
And
that.
I think it's been reflected in the way the community has a good relationship with the Reno Police Department. It's very unfortunate. We all know about the horrible shooting that we had at the GSR last week, where when that happened, Sparks PD was there, the Nevada State Police were there, formerly the Highway Patrol, and Washoe County were there. And the way that these agencies, we all work together, I think even the Reno Sparks Indian Colony Police were there, work together, to shut down that situation, get the victims the emergency medical care that they needed, get them to the hospital, taking out the threat. It was very well coordinated and cooperative. And it minimized the number of people that could have been, that were hurt. And in a situation like that, because there was officer involved shooting, the other agency investigated the crime, so Sparks took over the investigation. And the other agencies actually helped the Reno Police Department in responding to our calls for service, while our police had to be debriefed and out of service because of their involvement in the shooting. So the cooperation is there. I do know that with this current administration, when a lot of that information started coming out about going after undocumented people in this country, that our police chief, I think it was the police chief of Sparks, the deputy sheriff, and I think those were the three agencies showed up at a community meeting to assure our community that they were not behind what's going on. Their job is to enforce our laws, and we are not immigration police, and that they would not be, cooperating with, or getting into any kind of contract with this hunt that was going on across the country, because that's not how they view themselves. They view themselves as here to protect their communities and not go after people in the communities that aren't breaking any of our laws. So I was very proud to see them stand up in front of a huge group of people and make that commitment. So the way I see it is, I don't think it's this way, unfortunately, across the country, but when it comes to our community, I know that our chief, the sergeants that I work under, they are very determined to treat people with respect, people in the community with dignity, including the unhoused people, offer them resources. I don't know if you're familiar with community court that happens at the downtown library every Wednesday, but lots of a number of people get cited for trespassing. You know, they do get cited for breaking municipal codes by camping out in front of a doorway. You know, there's certain things that are against the law, and it's because we don't want our tourists coming in and tripping over people in the doorways, you know. But they're not taken to jail for doing things like that unless they become violent or they're actually causing a danger to the community. But they're just cited for these things, and they do have to go to court, and it's community court. It's held at the downtown library. But when they go to court, they're giving options, like some of these people don't have the money to pay their fines, so they're given an option of community service, something that they can do. And they're also given resources. If you go to community court, you'll see that they're handed a pamphlet that has resources for them to get the help that they need to, you know, not be doing this again, and where they can find help to where they don't need to go and camp out in here or be trespassed from a business. And you do have other options. It's not a free house and a free job, you know, or anything like that, but here's where you can go to get the help you need to help yourself, you know. And we're not going to, this police department does not go around picking up people because they're home, you know, I hate to say homeless, unhoused. They're not being taken to jail for that. But when they do get calls from the community, which if they do get them, they have to go check it out. And they meet these people and they're like, okay, why are you hanging around at this guy's business? And they tell us, our police officers offer them resources. They do offer resources. But it's up to that person to take advantage of those resources. They can't take them by the hand and drive them down there. And I don't know if that's where the breakdown is. It's like, okay, I have the information. I don't know how to follow up on it. And I think maybe that might be part of it, because we have the resources, but we just got to connect the person to it. You know, beyond the information, how do we get them to follow up and take advantage of that help? And that's, I think, where some of the breakdown happens.
So just a quick, another.
Oh, you froze up on me.
Oh, we lost Adrienne for a second.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yep.
I can hear you now. Yeah. You
Okay,
froze
I
up
just
on
got
me
off
for a
the
second.
camera. So thank you. So another just question. So the president's executive order titled Ending Crime and Disorder on America Street calls for removing unhoused individuals from public spaces and placing them into medical treatment facilities, often involuntarily. From your perspective, how might this impact Reno's most vulnerable residents, those that are unhoused, and how can law enforcement balance that? You just explained with the compassion, but for this particular executive order,
I don't know how the president would be able to do that. First of all, our homeless population, and this is the thing that's very interesting, is not all of them have mental health issues. So I don't understand them removing them and putting them in a facility that they don't qualify for. Can be done. I don't see our officers doing that because it seems like it would be illegal to do that. Also, even if a person does have a mental illness, unless somebody else has power of attorney over that person, it's not against the law to have a mental illness. And if the person does not want to seek help for that, then they cannot be forced to. And that's part of the reason that we have people in downtown Reno that sometimes are dancing on a corner for no reason or talking to themselves. If we get called on those calls and they go down there and they're not hurting anybody or hurting themselves, our officers don't act on it because it's not illegal to behave in a bizarre way in public if they're not causing a danger to themselves or the public. And so I'm not really sure how the president intends to follow up or enforce this. We do have the CARES campus, which actually they are constantly working at improving it. I've been down there a number of times with my job, and it's they're really improving the campus down there and the resources that they offer. But as far as our agency following this directive, I don't see how our agency could follow this directive without breaking the law themselves. And I don't think our chief would mandate that our officers break our own laws to enforce something that such as this. I don't see that happening here any more than them trying to force us to start arresting undocumented people. I don't think our chief would stand for that, and I don't think she would stand for this directive either.
I really appreciate that. When you read it, it's without really understanding it, it made me nervous. It made a group of us nervous to the thought that, those that not everyone that is unhoused is a criminal or a drug addict or addicted to fentanyl or any of that. So I'm curious what the departments are doing, and also what a lot of the nonprofits are doing with this, because I know that part of what's looking to be doing is the president is directing federal agencies to prioritize or restrict the funding that don't align with the order. And I'm mostly curious because it's still so new, if there has been any buzz or conversation taking place in your office.
And that's a common perception about the unhoused community. Some of our unhoused community are highly educated. They're people with degrees, including master's degrees and PhDs. Some of them are. They just had a crisis of some kind in their life that they haven't been able to recover from. Not all of them have mental health issues. Not all of them are addicts. Obviously, we do have a number of them who are veterans with PTSD that, and I know that one of our judges in our municipal court has actually put together a court that's especially for veterans who maybe if they have a drinking problem or something like that, where they reach out to the veterans who come before her in court to get them the help that they need and to get them back on their feet, which I think is a marvelous program that she has. And it's and there's actually a way that other municipalities, courts, can transfer their cases to her court if they have veterans that need that help, that have been arrested for whatever reason, to come to her court to get the help that they need. So while it might seem like a lot of the unhoused population is, and I think maybe it's the way they're portrayed, but they're not all mental health. They're not all drug addicts or addicted, or alcoholics. And a lot of them, as we talked about before, are just young people who have aged out of foster care, So this thing that the president is trying to do is just utterly unrealistic. I don't see it happening here, because you cannot force a person with a mental health illness if somebody else does not have power of attorney over them. If somebody else has power of attorney over them, then it would be up to that person to put them in a mental health facility. But a lot of people don't have that. They answer to themselves. And if they don't want the help, we cannot force them to take that help. And you cannot put somebody in a mental health facility who does not have a mental health problem, who doesn't want to go. So I don't really see how he intends to enforce this. It's breaking the law.
Thank you. I agree. And I would just encourage everyone to look at it, the Ending Crime and Disorder on America's Streets, and speak up, just like you're, telling us to do. I really appreciate that. And Melissa, if you don't have anything else and no other questions, we'll take a short break, and then we're going to come back and close out the day with Erin Sum, confidence coach and international speaker, on how to boldly make your impact in challenging times. Thank you again so much, Marie, and the work that you do. And, you're just absolutely so lovely. So make room in your neighborhood
We
for
have
me,
great people in Reno.
Melissa. I could tell right away. So thank you. So we'll be at the beginning of the hour. So that's 11 minutes. Is that okay, Melissa?
Yep, that's perfect. And Marie, again, thank you again for coming and sharing your wisdom and just letting us know that we have advocates with the police department and also just how we can be good neighbors for one another. So thank you for your time. And I'll go ahead and we'll see you guys at the top of the hour. Oops, I have this set for 11 minutes from the last time, so let me just go ahead and edit the thing to 10 minutes. And everybody go get something to drink, go take a break, and we will see you back shortly.
Hi, ladies.
You are on.
Hi, Erin.
Yep.
Hi.
Everybody's going to be here in just a second. So I'm going to go ahead and mute on this side. Give me just a second, Erin. I'm going to get you connected with the camera. So.
Okay.
And by the way, just so you know, anything we say here is being picked up by everybody else right now.
Okay.
So chat if you need to.
All I hear from the YouTube is typing.
Yeah, because I realized I didn't turn the audio thing on mute, so you guys were hearing my typing. That was me.
Oh, got it.
hope everybody is grabbing their drinks, wrapping things up. We're going to be starting in just a moment, and we get to close out the day. So thank you everyone for sticking with us, and for if you're watching us live or if you're doing the replay, we appreciate that. And just wanted to do a little plug. If you are interested, come join our community. It doesn't cost any money to join. It is not a paid membership, so it is a free community. And it is a community of solidarity. It is a group of people coming together from all across the U.S. who are committed to be supporting people who are going through challenges and needs. And there's multiple ways people can be involved in the community. We can talk about that later, but really it's just simple. All you need to do is you have to agree to our pledge, which basically is saying you are committing to support and protect people, to make sure that those who are going through challenges get connected to resources, which actually is really easy. All you need to do is let them know we are here and help them get situated on our website or our phone number where they can contact us completely confidentially and at no cost. And we'll be able to find out what is that need or challenge, give them a case manager, and get them connected to the support that can help them. So if you want to join us, go ahead and scan the QR code that is on the screen right now, or come to the website www.wearetheothers.net/together. And that's how you join us. And I'm going to hand this over now to Adrian as we are coming back, and we're going to wrap up with our final speaker for the day.
Wow, today's been incredible. So welcome back, everyone. Our final speaker of the day.
Yep, Adrian's not on camera, just so you know.
Oh, our final, I'll come on camera. Hi, everyone. So welcome back. Our final speaker of the day is Erin Sum. I'm excited. International Confidence Transformation Coach, author, and creator of the Bold, Confident, You Unleashed card deck. Erin Sum is an international confidence transformation coach supporting women entrepreneurs and professionals to overcome their fears of being seen, criticized, unworthy, and not enough, changing the limiting beliefs into empowering beliefs, to be confident, bold, and to stand in their power so they can actually create their vision for their life, their business, and their relationships. Erin has been on her own journey from shy to confident since 2008. She used to be so fearful of being seen and heard in school, the thought alone of asking a question gave her major anxiety, and she chickened out. I've been there too, Erin. But her vision was always bigger than her fears. Erin is the creator of the Bold, Confident, You Unleashed card deck and journal, author of Stand Up and Shine, 60-Day Confidence Discovery Journal, and the co-author of Catch Your Star. You got to get all those books. Erin holds a bachelor's degree in psychology and is a certified professional coach through the Institute for Professional Excellence in Coaching. So let's all welcome Erin Sum.
Yay, thank you so much. What a great intro. I appreciate you having me, everyone. So today I'm going to be talking about how to be the light and how to boldly make your impact during times of challenge. We've heard a lot today about how we can protect our communities and civil rights and laws and immigration and how to combat disinformation and reclaim the truth, right? And how to be more inclusive and help our neighbors. And I'm going to be talking about how you can be the light to make a difference in the world at times like this. So I first want to start by saying that the light that you see in others is the reflection of the light that is already within you. So I'll say that again. The light that you see in others is a reflection of the light that is already in you. I like to say, if you spot it, you got it, right? So if you can see light in other people, that means that it's in you too. And that means that you can spread that light to other people in your community and the world. You can't see something in somebody else unless it's in you first. So I want to start by saying that. So sometimes we feel like I'm just so depressed, right? I watch the news, I'm paying attention to what's going on right now, and there's so much to be depressed and angry and sad about and scared about. But what I want to really focus on today is how we can be the light, how we can bring more joy to the world. that in our communities right now, because we need so much of that so that we can get through this, right? So I am a confidence transformation coach. I'll tell you a little bit more about my story in a minute, but your light and your joy and confidence go hand in hand. So that's why I'm going to be talking about light and confidence and being bold, because the more confident you are, the more light that you're going to be able to share with the world, and the bigger difference you're going to be able to make when you have that confidence. So this is a time in our history that your light is very, very needed right now to uplift, to empower others. And your confidence and your light is more important than ever. So I will be sharing how to uplift our communities, how to be a ripple effect with your kindness, with love and joy and light. So I want you to ask yourself right now, and we'll talk about this more as I go through, but ask yourself right now, how can I share my light? What can I do to support others right now, to spread more joy and love in the world? And I'll give a few examples of that later of how you can do that. But just start thinking about that as I'm going through my talk about how you can make an impact. This time in history is an opportunity. It's an opportunity to serve, right? Melissa started this nonprofit just in the last few months because she wants to serve more right now. It's an opportunity for you to grow yourself and your business if you have one. Leaders are actually born in times of crisis. Leaders are born in times of crisis, and leadership requires confidence. Okay, I mean, think about it. Have you ever seen someone who's out there and they're making a ton of impact, right? They're making a difference. They're really doing things. They're moving and shaking, and they're not confident? Probably not, right? You have to be confident in order to make a difference. The people who are the most confident, they radiate, they shine, they walk into a room and they light up a room, right? People are drawn to them. So as we go through today too, we're going to be talking about how to be bold in your difference making, right? So I came up with an acronym a few years ago about being bold, and that stands for, the B is be brave. You have to be brave when you're putting yourself out there, right? When you're building your confidence, when you're sharing your light. You have to get out of your comfort zone. That's the O, out of your comfort zone. L is let go of limiting beliefs and fears. And D is do the unexpected. So again, it's B is be brave. O is get out of your comfort zone. L is let go of limiting beliefs and fears. And D is do the unexpected. And I'll be going through this as we go through today, but I wanted to put that out at the beginning so you can start thinking about, where can I be bold? Where can I be more brave? Or where can I get outside my comfort zone more? Where are limiting beliefs or fears holding me back when it comes to shining my light or getting out in my community? Where can I do something that might be unexpected? Maybe I can help someone when I'm at the grocery store. I see someone struggling to put their groceries in their car. I can go over there and help them. That's a very unexpected thing to do these days, right? So just start thinking about these things as we go through. But I want you to also think about, when you see someone growing over time, right? They might not be so confident at first, but as you watch them start putting themselves out there more, they start letting go of some of these fears, these beliefs about themselves that are holding them back. They start being more brave and bold. They step more into their worth, their power, their light grows brighter, right? And then they start making a bigger impact. The more confident they are, the more they grow themselves. And people are drawn to that. And it starts to create a ripple effect. It might be just at first in their backyard, and then their larger community, and then the world. So I'm going to start by telling you a little bit about my story. I am, as Adrienne was saying, a confidence transformation coach, but I used to be very shy. I grew up a very shy child. Some called me painfully shy. But I always, the time I was a little girl, I always knew that I was put on this planet for a reason. I was here to make a difference. So all throughout my life, even though I was shy, I did things to help other people. So in elementary school, we had a program for conflict resolution, and we could sign up and learn about how to help kids on the playground, at recess and whatnot, solve conflicts if they were having an argument, for example. So I did that in elementary school. In college, I started college 2 weeks at the very most before 9/11. So that was obviously a very huge, shocking, traumatizing event, right, for our whole country. And here I was away from home. Well, my roommate and I found a group on campus called DREAM, which was Daring to Reach Equality Among Many. And they did a lot of outreach. They did a lot of support and teaching and training about how to support people to be, in equality. So I did that in college, and we actually won like a Residents of the Month award for our work in DREAM. I got a psychology degree because I wanted to help people. And then after college, I worked in a group home with foster kids. Did that for 4 years. I loved it. It was also very stressful, but I loved being able to support the kids. And it was very much like a home for them. We tried to keep siblings together, keep them there as long as possible. And a lot of them went on to get college degrees and do amazing things as well, because we were able to support them. So after college, and while I was working in that group home, I was feeling like I wanted something a little different, right? So here I am, a shy young woman in my early 20s. And I had gone to a few network marketing parties at the time. They were the same kind of party and the same consultant at all the parties. And as they do, she asked me every single time I met her, would you like to join my team? And I was like, absolutely freaking not. Like, I don't speak in front of people. In college, I was always terrified to speak in front of the class. I would have anxiety for days. And, but something one day shifted for me, and I said, you know what? I need to do something a little different with my life. I want to get outside my comfort zone. If I want to make this difference in the world that I'm called to make, that I've known since I was a kid, I was put here to make, I need to do something different, which means growing my confidence and getting out of my comfort zone, getting past this shyness that I've had my whole life. So I joined the team. And this wasn't just like Mary Kay or Tupperware or anything like that. This was actually passion parties. So I went from being super shy and not wanting to speak in front of groups at all to selling romance enhancers, lotions, potions, things that go buzz in the night, right? So I went from like very, very shy to, hello, let me sell you some romance enhancers. And that was a huge step outside my comfort zone, right? So that was being brave. That was being bold. That was letting go. I had to really let go of a lot of limiting beliefs and fears. I had to do the unexpected, right? That was very unexpected. All my friends and family were like, hold on, wait, what? You are doing what? Because I was so shy. But I did that for 5 years. I grew a team. I became executive director. I was almost always in the top 2 sales people on the team. And I grew my confidence a lot in those years. And, I've had repeat customers over the years, right? They would come to the parties over and over again, and they would say, Erin, you have grown so much in the last, year or so since I've seen you. And so that was such a huge learning experience for me. And it really set me on the path to becoming a coach. One of my leaders was a coach, and she was my very first life coach. And I absolutely loved working with her and learning more about myself, learning more about how I can change my mindset, how I can not change who I was, but more remove the layers that had built on top of me of that authentic self over the years, right? So we start to unpeel these layers. It's kind of like the onion, right? You unpeel the layers of the onion to get down to your core authentic self. So that's what I was doing. That's kind of what I started when I started doing that process. And so I gained more and more confidence, and I decided I want to become a coach too. So back in 2011, I became a coach, and I've been coaching ever since, growing my confidence ever since, and helping others do the same. So I've noticed that as I become more confident, and as my clients have become more confident over time, we've become more magnetic, right? We get more clients, we have more amazing friends in our life, and our love lives are better, our finances are better, we make more of an impact, we have more joy and ease in our lives, right? So I'm here to tell you that it's your time for you to grow and to glow and to be a magnet and to make your impact and to spread your joy and love in the world. Okay. There's no more shrinking. This is not a time to shrink. This is time to be fully in your power and to fully spread your message, right? This is not a time to draw back in fear. I know there's a lot of fear right now, but this is such an important time in our history for us to rise up and to use our voices and to spread our messages and to uplift and empower others. Okay. And the more that we do that, the more our bravery helps others to do the same. You know, they say courage is contagious, right? So the more we are able to speak up, the more others will be given that permission to do that same thing. You know, there's millions of people in our country and the world right now that are suffering, that are freaking out, panicking, afraid, and they need you. They need what you've got. And we're not every single one of us is going to be for everyone, and that's okay. We will impact the people that resonate with us the most, and somebody else will resonate with those other people the most, right? So there's somebody for everyone. So if you are here to make an impact, comment on YouTube, impact, if you feel like you're here on the planet to make an impact. I really believe that this is a time, it's an opportunity for our own growth and to help others more powerfully. When people are afraid, they're really seeking confidence and clarity from their leaders, those of us here on this call, right? Those of you watching the replays, they're seeking hope and they're seeking light through the darkness. What did Kamala say? I believe it was the MLK quote. Don't quote me on that though, but the day after the election, right? She said, only when it is dark, the darkest, maybe we see the stars. Right? So our light is going to be so much brighter during this time when it feels so dark in our country. So we must be the light that those other people are seeking for ourselves and for others. So I want you to ask yourself, how can I share my light? How can I share my light now? And I put together a free video series. It's a free gift for you all. Melissa will share the link at the end, but it's all about how to stay confident during any challenge. And that's whether that's a personal challenge in your life, whether that's a challenge like we're experiencing right now in our country and in the world. So it's a video series that has several different, videos all about how to be more confident and let go of limiting beliefs and fears and all that kind of stuff. And I'll share that at the end. But I want to share with you a few steps to share your light. If you're not sure what to do, I know in times like these, a lot of us go into freeze mode and we just kind of shut down. And it's very natural to want to just hide under the covers and not come out for the next 3.5 years, right? But it's really important for us to put ourselves out there. So the first thing I want you to ask yourself is, what message is on my heart that I want to share? What message is on my heart that I want to share? So I want you to know too, that part of confidence is knowing that you're good enough, that you are good enough, and that you have a message that people need to hear. So that's part of the building of the confidence too, and sharing your light, is being able to know that you're good enough you're deserving, what you have to say is important, and that people out there need to hear it. Right? I like to repeat the affirmation that my people need me now more than ever. Your people need you now more than ever. This is not the time to shut down. This is the time to rise up and use your voice. You're the energy of love and light. That's the truth of who you are. And there's thousands of people, millions maybe, out there dying to hear what you have to say. Okay. So for the longest time, I was afraid to share about politics on my timeline, you know, on my social media, especially after, you know, COVID. The last time we had him in office, there was a lot of negativity. There was a lot of arguing. There's a lot of disinformation, misinformation, and a lot of anger, right? And so I just kind of like started holding back then because I didn't want to have arguments with people because it was very stressful. And there came a point a few months ago where I just was like, I cannot be silent. I don't care what people think. I don't care what people say. I will remove people if I need to from my social media. But this time in our history is too important to be silent. That's one of the reasons Melissa started this nonprofit, right? And is doing this summit, because we cannot be silent. So I started sharing different things that were going on in our country and with the administration and all the things. And I have had so many people reach out to me privately and thank me for my courage and bravery in sharing and speaking up and using my voice. And I've come together with people. I've developed new friendships or renewed friendships with people I haven't spoken to in years, or sometimes people that I don't really barely know at all that are my Facebook friends. I've struck up relationships with these people, and we're supporting each other because I was brave enough to start sharing my thoughts on what was going on and facts about what was going on too. So if there's a message on your heart that you're not sharing, ask yourself, what are you afraid of? What's stopping you? Right? What's stopping you? What's the fear there? Is there a belief that you're not good enough? Is there a fear that you're going to be judged or criticized, or people are going to argue with you and you just don't want that drama? Right? Is it a message that maybe you heard from someone in your life? You don't feel like your voice is important or needed to be heard? Start asking yourself those questions if you're holding yourself back from anything that you're really wanting to do. Because when we hold ourselves back from what we truly want, a lot of times it's fear. A fear that we're not enough, or we don't have enough value to bring, or the message is not good enough, or no one wants to hear it, or it's all been said before, or I'm not smart enough, I'm not educated enough on this topic. Right? That was me for a long time when it came to politics, and Lord knows I do not even know even close to, you know, anything of like the big chunk of things, right? But I'm learning. I'm listening to people, right? And so I'm learning more about the law and the government and things like that, and how things work and how things are supposed to work versus how things are going. And so I'm empowering myself by educating myself so that I can share and I can use my voice in a more powerful way. So you might need to build your confidence, right? In order to be able to share your message, in order to be able to share or create new empowering beliefs. If you're feeling like nobody really wants to hear what I have to say, I'm not really smart enough to share about that. I don't really know anything about politics, or I don't really know about the law or whatever. Building that confidence requires you digging deep into yourself, uncovering and busting those fears, those blocks, whatever those beliefs are that are holding you back. Really dig deep and ask yourself those tough questions. Why am I afraid? What am I afraid of? What's the worst that can happen? right? So, let your passions inspire you. That's the next thing. What lights you up? Ask yourself, what lights me up? What or who inspires me in life? What lights me up? What am I passionate about? So, maybe, so for me, I'll just say for me first, I'm passionate about supporting women to let go of those beliefs that are holding them back, to help them to play bigger when they're shrinking back and playing small, when they're fearful and afraid of speaking up, when they're, when they don't believe in themselves, to stand in their power, to be authentic, to reach for more than they ever thought possible, right? That's part of what I am passionate about. I'm passionate about helping people who might not have the tools or the knowledge to get help, and sharing how they need to share their light, like I'm doing right now with you, right? To make their impact. So I would love to hear from you in the comments. What are you passionate about? What do you dream of? How can you turn those passions and dreams into something to help others right now? So if you're struggling with not knowing how to help right now in your community, if you're struggling with not knowing what lights you up or knowing what inspires you, digging deep into that, asking yourself these questions is going to help you figure that out. Asking yourself, what am I really passionate about? What do I love doing? What do I dream of? How do I want to help people? So I also want to remind you, if you're feeling helpless and hopeless, which so many of us are, or we go in and out of that feeling, maybe 100 times a day, remember who you are is love and light. Who you are is love and light. So it takes those unpeeling of the layers of the limiting beliefs to bring that out and the fears. And I want to remind you that you can make a difference. You yourself and who you are as a person, not who somebody else is, but who you are as a person can make a difference. One of my favorite quotes, Gandhi said, "Be the change you wish to see in the world," right? And he lived that. He lived that. He was the change that he wanted to see. He did nonviolent protesting. He was able to help free India from British rule. He helped ease poverty. He helped support women's rights and so much in his lifetime. He inspired civil rights and freedom movements all around the world. He did hunger strikes, right? And as of a couple days ago, I don't know if it's still going on, but I know as they had done like at least 11 days at Alligator Alcatraz, the people who are, quote unquote inmates there right now went on a hunger strike. And last I heard a couple days ago, they're on day 11. My guess is they're still going. They're taking, they're Gandhi's lead, right? They're doing what Gandhi did, and they're refusing to eat because they're being abused. So Gandhi wasn't afraid to stand up for what he believed in, to use his voice and his body in a peaceful way to protest against what he felt was not right. So again, we go back to the BOLD acronym. He was brave. He got out of his comfort zone, I'm sure, that's not comfortable, right? It's very uncomfortable to do what he did. In many ways. He probably had to let go of some fears and some limiting beliefs about how can one person make a difference? Maybe have been one of his thoughts. And he did the unexpected. And he was a quiet introvert. He was a shy, quiet introvert. And he made a massive difference in the world by standing up for others. Another one of his quotes was, "In a gentle way, you can shake the world." So you don't have to be like a big, bold, loud individual to make a difference. So another question I want to ask you is, how can you yourself be the change you wish to see in the world? So many people are suffering right now and they need what you have. Okay. How can you be bold right now? So when people are afraid, when they're in fear, they're seeking confidence and clarity from their leaders and hope and light through the darkness. Again, only when it is the darkest can you see the stars, right? Your light will shine even brighter right now when it is darkest. You are a leader and you have what it takes inside of you. So how can you make a difference right now? It doesn't have to be big, grand gestures. It can be small acts of kindness. Even just tiny little acts of kindness will cause a ripple effect. You may have heard of the butterfly effect, and it says something like the flap of a butterfly's wings in California can cause a tsunami in New York, something like that, right? Where the tiniest little wave of something can cause a massive ripple in the world. So just doing the tiniest little things. Maybe it's writing thank you notes to people you know who are making a difference. You know, maybe it's writing thank you notes to our Congress people who you know are fighting back. You know, there's all these Democrats, Texas Democrats, right, who fled the state so that they could avoid the gerrymandering vote. Maybe we write them thank you notes. Thank you for standing up for democracy. You know, there's so many people out there who are fighting for us right now, fighting for our country. We can just write them a quick little thank you note and send it. Maybe it's putting a large sign in your window where people walking by or driving by can see it, reminding them that they're loved. Or maybe you put an all are welcome here sign, you know, with the hands, the different colored hands. Or maybe you put a rainbow flag outside your house. It can be small little things like that. So I'm going to share some slides now. Give me 1 second. Share.
Let me get it set over on my side back here. So let me know when you're ready.
And I can't really hear you, Melissa.
Oh, let me know when you're ready. Then I'm going to go ahead and click it over on my side.
Okay, here we go. Oh, I need to make it big.
Nope, I got it over here on my side. Let me see. I'm not seeing you as a screen share yet. So let me know when you've clicked the screen share, then I'll click on my side over here. Oh, it looks like you froze up on my side. Is she frozen for anybody else?
Possibly. I do not see her on camera. I just see her beautiful photo.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing too on my side. So it looks like she's froze. So give us just a second and we'll come back and we'll get her up and going and we'll continue. So we'll just stand by for just a moment. Looks like she's getting herself resituated. So give her just a moment here. And in the meantime, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to pull up some of the stuff that she shared that I thought was just lovely. I'm going to click over here for a second. I know this is, I'm going to go ahead and just take her off for a second, and I'm just going to come in here myself. Okay. So some of the comments that were made that actually I thought were really good, I wanted to bring up while we're waiting on her to get that situated. So maybe 745 said, you know, when the question was being asked, or what are some of the things that are being done or that you can do to help shine your light and show up? And maybe 745 says, going every Saturday to our local resistant protests, handing out heart pins and I made that say, stand against hate, which I thought was absolutely lovely. And we've had several people actually talk about how the quote about being the light and with it being the light or in the stars. Oh, looks like Erin's coming back in, so I'm going to go ahead and get her. People were really resonating with that as well, so wanted to let that. And Erin's coming back in, so let me go ahead and I'm going to click back over so we can get her over here. So thanks for being flexible with this whole thing. Nope, that's me. You guys don't need me. You guys want Erin.
Nothing like your computer restarting right in the middle of a presentation.
Yes. See, and that is why, like, it is okay that we got to be humans and life happens. And I'm seeing you here. And let me go ahead and make sure I can get you for that screen share.
Okay. I am trying. I need to reopen the.
That's fine. This is
1 second.
This is why we have grace and like compassion and gentleness for each other, because life happens and there's technology.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep, I'll keep you here and let me know when you're ready to screen share, then I'll go ahead and pull that over.
Okay.
Thank you guys for putting up with me in the background.
All right.
All right.
How do I make it
just
so you can see the whole?
All you need to do is hit play from start, and then I will take care of it over here on my side. Okay, I'm going to come here and I'm going to grab that. And I'm showing black, so weird. Did you freeze again? Erin? I'm not hearing anything and I'm not seeing movement. I'm wondering if she froze up again.
Hi, Melissa. So I do see her in the room. Okay, she's coming up.
Okay, I'm gonna come back over here where it's her. Does it look like she's still frozen to everybody? Yeah, looks like we lost her.
Yeah, okay, so she slipped out of the room again, some
Yep.
internet.
Yep, lost her again. All right, so we're going to come back over here to more of the stuff that she was sharing as we wait. So, the other thing that came up, which I thought was really lovely, was, let me scroll back here, and this was something that Sue was sharing when asked something that you can be doing, and this is her share, was standing up to groups and protesting. So I thought that was good. Something Erin hasn't mentioned here, and I hope she brings this up. Oh, there she is again. She's coming back. So hold on a second. Let me pull her in. I got Erin coming in here. Add.
Well, I don't know why my computer wants to restart every time I start the slideshow. It's never happened.
Oh, and then she freezes again.
I'm frozen.
Okay, now you're back.
Okay, well, I don't know what to do, you guys. I am afraid if I try to start the slideshow again, it's just gonna let me open it and I'll just share it without putting it on presenter view.
Yep, go ahead and try that. We'll
see if
that works.
See if that works, because that seemed to be the issue. Every time I clicked presenter view, it would turn off.
Okay.
Okay.
So
can you see it?
I can see that. Let me see if yep. So let me see. I can do a little bit of stuff over here on my side. I can, yeah. If you guys give me a little bit of grace, I can go ahead and let's see if I may be able just to kind of crop this in a little bit. So give me just a second to make this a little bit easier.
No problem. I had to go open my notes again because everything closed.
Nope, I can't crop in too much for that. All right, this is what we got.
That's all right.
We're working with it.
We'll roll with it. It hasn't kicked me off, so.
Thanks everybody
Okay,
for
I
being
left
flexible.
Yes. Oh my goodness gracious. Okay. So I left off after, putting signs in the windows or flags outside or something. So you could also post on Facebook, just sending love or hugs to people. This is a picture of me from 2020 during COVID. I got this idea from my friend. He posted a picture of himself like hugging people. I'm like, that's a great idea. So I did that. And so you can do that, or you can just post on Facebook, like, I just want to send everyone some love and hugs right now if you need it. I did that the other day. I was feeling like I needed a little extra love. So I posted on my Facebook, if anyone else needs a little extra love like I do, here's some extra love and hugs. And I had a huge response from that. A lot of people were also needing a little love. So people also think about what brings you joy, right? We often forget to think about what brings us joy in our life and do that. We can also look for joy or create joy, right? So the other day I was driving and I saw this, and it was, I died laughing. So there's this huge, like 30-foot flatbed truck, and there's this tiny little Tonka truck just strapped to the back. Like, it was hysterical. I just died laughing. It was so funny, and it really brought me a lot of joy to see that. So look for the little things as you're out and about that bring you joy, or watch some, cat videos or whatever it is that you like watching that makes you laugh. I love to watch comedies at night too when I watch TV, to bring more joy into my life. At one of the last protests, there was a guy walking around with a little Remy from Ratatouille on his shoulder, and it was so cute. I had to take pictures. So that brought me a lot of joy, right? You can also create joy by spreading love and kindness. So one thing I did back in 2020 also, remember when everyone was like, we were so bored, right? Because we were stuck at home. So everyone was like going out and buying chalk and doing all these chalk drawings. So I did that too. All of these except the one in the middle were mine. So I wrote, like, smell the flowers next to my flower bed in my yard. Stop, here, breathe, spread love, things like that. Reminding people to pause and take a breath, be kind to themselves, right? I also made these on here. Be the light, spread love, be love. The world needs it. All is well. I made a little joke on one of them. I had a lot of weeds in my yard, so I said, don't just stand there, pull a weed, and drew kind of like a laughing emoji next to it. Just to make people laugh, just to bring some joy to the world. I also had a neighbor who, right before COVID happened, was diagnosed with breast cancer. And I shouldn't say was, she's living. She was diagnosed with breast cancer. And so she was going through her treatments during COVID when she had to go all alone. And, she was really alone during this really hard time in her life. So I snuck over there in the evening a couple times, and I would write on her sidewalk and her driveway that she was loved, and that, she's strong, and drew a little picture of her cat too, just things like that to make her smile and to remind her that she was loved, right? So we can do these types of things, and it doesn't take us much time. It brings us joy, and it brings other people joy. Here's a few others that I found online that I really liked. The one on the left says, where you are, it's those little bits of good all put together that overwhelm the world. I love that. That's just drawing on the sidewalk, that's a little bit of joy, a little bit of good, right? To overwhelm the world. So always look on the bright side of life. It's just little messages to remind people that not everything is doom and gloom. Just bring a little bit of joy. One of my mentors posted this just this morning, and I said, I'm stealing that for my slideshow today. She's on a cruise ship, and she found this little duck. And these are called, she had a name for it.
Uh-oh, looks like we might have had Aaron freeze again. Is anyone else noticing the freeze?
Yes, and I'm so interested in the story now.
Okay.
The rubber ducky.
Yep, I'm gonna let.
Can you hear me?
Yep, yeah. Now she's back.
Okay, great. Gosh. So there is the ducky. Can you see my slideshow still?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. So the ducky, they're called cruising ducks. And so I guess this is a thing where people take little rubber duckies onto cruise ships and they hide them. Some of them have little decorations on them, like this one's called Ruby. And on the bottom, there's a little sticker and it has the dates on there when the people hid them or were on the cruise. And so this is like a trend, I guess, where people just hide these little ducks on cruise ships and people find them and you can take them home with you or you can re-hide them. So that's just something, the whole point of hiding the ducks is to bring joy, to uplift someone, and surprise someone unexpectedly, right? It brings cheer to people. So think about what is on your heart right now. Is there something that you've been wanting to do, but you haven't done to spread joy and light and love? So a few years ago, well, actually during the last Trump presidency, after he was elected, I started making hearts. I had this idea. I don't even know where it came from, but I started making little hearts of love and joy and kindness. And it's just a fabric, cute fabric on the front, a felt glued on the back, and I put these messages.
Looks like we got a frozen moment again.
Over the years.
There we go. She's back.
Oh, dang it.
Erin, you froze for just a second.
I don't know what's wrong. So I've probably passed out like 1,000 hearts over the years. I have tons of fabric and I just keep making them, passing them out at protests. I passed out 250 at the No Kings protest. I give them out at the grocery store. A few weeks ago, I was at Kohl's and I saw this woman. She was pushing her cart towards the exit. She had just finished paying and she was leaving. And she had a full-length mirror on her cart and the mirror fell off and broke. And the poor woman just looked so defeated and like she was going to burst into tears. And I ran over there as fast as I could and I gave her and her daughter hearts, and it just totally uplifted her and brought her joy. And she was so thankful to me that I had given her just a little token of love. So what can you do to bring more joy to the world or bring more love or kindness? It could be just giving somebody a compliment. And here is a few more little pictures of people wearing the hearts that I gave them at the protests. So these ladies in the middle, this woman had a resist crown on that she made and they loved the hearts. There was a woman in the wedding dress. She was wore the wedding dress and so she could bring awareness to the SAVE Act, which is about, voting suppression for women. You see these other people, this guy in the yellow on the left was on the light rail and I gave him one and he was so happy. He put it on and loved it. And my mom's been doing it too. So you see at the bottom left, the Viva la Revolucion, the heart that says stand against hate, and the one that says indivisible Mendocino. Those are my mom's hearts that she makes and she passes them out at protests all the time and at storms. So we kind of do it together, but apart since we don't live together or near each other. But it's a fun thing for us to be able to do and share. And people love it. I've had people say, oh my gosh, this totally made my day. I was really feeling down and this is going to help me through the rest of my day. Thank you so much. I really needed that. Right. So it's just little acts of kindness. What can you do just to spread a little love, kindness, joy, light in the world right now? So I just also want to just remind you again, and I can close my my share. Just remind you again that this is not a time to shrink back, right? This is a time to spread your light, to uplift and empower others. Your confidence, your message is more important than ever before. Right? And the more joy and light we can bring to our own lives, the more we will exude that, and it will help others just by being ourselves. Taking action builds confidence. It can be just a little things. Sometimes I have hearts and I'm like, oh, I kind of want to give this heart to someone, and I start to lose little confidence or get a little shaky, or what are they going to think of me? But then I do it anyways. And 99.9% of the time, they're so grateful that I gave them this heart of love, right? So again, what can you do to help someone during this time? Building your confidence and being bold is going to really help you to create a ripple effect of your own, whatever that looks like. So as I wrap up, I'm going to just tell you a little bit about my confidence video series, like I mentioned at the beginning.
And it looks like she's frozen again.
It definitely sounds like it.
Yep. Okay. So as she's pulling that up, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to
think about what is
there we are. She's back. We lost you for
what
a
is
second,
true
Erin.
confidence. It keeps telling me my internet connection's unstable. I don't know what's going on. It's going to talk about what steals your confidence, tips and tools to build your confidence and self-worth, how to be a leader and impact others no matter what is happening in the world, and how to stay positive through any challenge and uncertainty. So I want to just close with one of my very favorite quotes ever. And it goes like this: our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. It is our light, not our darkness, that most frightens us. We ask ourselves, who am I to be brilliant, gorgeous, talented, and fabulous? Actually, who are you not to be? You are a child of God, and playing small does not serve the world. There is nothing enlightened about shrinking so that other people won't feel insecure around you. We are all meant to shine as children do. We are born to make manifest the glory of God that is within us. It is not just in some of us, it's in everyone. And as we let our own light shine, we unconsciously give other people permission to do the same. As we are liberated from our own fear, our presence automatically liberates others.
Wow. Wow. You said a lot of beautiful things. Melissa, do you want to go first and just say any thoughts that you have? And then I'll close it out for tomorrow so thank Erin.
So I was going to say, Erin, since first of all, thank you for coming. One of the things that with all of the freezing and whatnot, I went ahead and I pulled in the comments and stuff like that when you were on, so I can share with you offline some of the beautiful things people were saying.
Okay.
So that was good. And right now we actually haven't had any questions. So if anybody has any questions, if you want to go ahead and drop them in, and I'll give just a moment for that. Also, I just want to share real quickly. Erin has the information about the video series. I went ahead and put the link there. Sadly, YouTube only lets me put so many characters in there, so I only can put like the very beginning part. So I'm going to go ahead and just read the whole thing here for you. So grab your free series, How to Stay Confident During Any Challenge, and then there's the link. And then what's going to be covered was how to expand and go after your big vision. What is true confidence, really? What steals your confidence? Tips and tools to build your confidence and self-worth. How to be a leader and impact others no matter what is happening in the world, which is really important right now. And how to stay positive through challenge and uncertainty, which is also important. So link is inside the chat, so you guys will all have access to that. And Erin, I just want to say on a personal note, I love what you're doing, and I appreciate everything, how in everything going on that we can respond with kindness, because I think that is that's how we if we show up in a way of love, compassion, and kindness, it's going to make a difference in how we interact with one another. So that is it for me. I'm going to go ahead and hand over and Adrienne and Erin, and let you kind of wrap up and go from there. So thank you.
So thank you so much, Erin, for your heartfelt and powerful session. Your energy, your vulnerability, your clarity, It reminded all of us that confidence isn't about perfection. It's about permission. And I love that you gave us real actionable tips we can start using today, now, not someday in the future. And from refraining our inner dialogue to standing in our worth, you made confidence feel possible, practical, and personal. Thank you so much, because I definitely do have imposter syndrome too that comes in strong. So thank you for being the light and for helping all of us step a little more boldly into our light. Wow, when we share courage, we multiply it. So thank you so much. And to everyone who's been watching and listening and going back to re-listen, because there was so much golden nuggets that were thrown out today, we want to, the day one of the United Voices Summit, we want to thank every speaker, every participant, all the questions that you asked. We needed those questions, so thank you. And for the team at We Are the Others for making this possible, for working so hard behind the scenes with all of their partnerships and collaboration to help their community, our neighbors. Today, we've learned, we've listened, and we've connected. But the real change starts now with what we choose to do next. So, Melissa, I say keep listening, because we know listening builds bridges, and we know keep showing up, because showing up builds trust. And we need to keep doing good, because doing good changes you as much as it changes the world. So I invite you to join us at wearetheothers.net. So these conversations and connections continue long after today. Look for the links from Melissa, because there are other pages that we want you to see in the We Are the Others. So tomorrow, we'll see you tomorrow for more sessions beginning 9 a.m. PST, or for me, 12 o'clock. I am in Florida, so our Eastern Standard Time. So we'll see you tomorrow for more sessions, more voices, more action. And until then, take care, stay connected, and remember, we are the others, and together we are unstoppable. I'm excited to be there at 9 a.m. for my session on bullying and predators, power over predators in the school systems. So thank you, Melissa, for this wonderful opportunity, and I wish everyone a happy, healthy, safe evening. See you tomorrow.
Bye, everybody. Thanks for joining us.